credit. Hello everyone, how are we all doing today? My name is Notepad, and today we're talking about some very funny, very noticeable, and maybe, just maybe, little weird games. The first case back. Oh yeah, I should go to Lament. We have our, of course, we have our party of brave adventurers, Kalu Kalay. We have our party of brave adventurers. Why do you have a Sonichu amulet? It was destroyed recently. Yes, a Sonichu medallion. Like the violet, I have to use it to succeed in my ambitions. And if we take a quick look, we got our, of course we've got the brave paladin, our classic wizard, Manly, and of course our noble paladin, dear Sir Doge. Our brave heroes all assembled here together to talk about D&D Killers. Let's do a little bit of a recap, a little bit of a 1, 2, 3 on things. The OGL crisis. The OGL crisis happened around 2 years ago. Early 2023, happened about almost 3 years ago now. It was actually quite important. It was very, very fascinating. About about 3 years ago now, yes, 3 whole years, Dungeons and Dragons, the company behind Dungeons and Dragons, Wizards of the Coast, put out a thing saying we are revising the OGL, Open Game License. And the revisions of these licenses effectively put a tax on all developers, put a lot of pressure on people to say, hey, anything you make technically belongs to us here. And that also means, hey, we get to own a lot of things, we get a bigger cut of things. We effectively change the entire concept of the open gaming market. Because right now, you can make D&D products however you wish and upload them to the DM's Guild or various other things. For about a week and a half, everyone thought this was a great idea, and then everyone realized this is terrible. Which led to the OGL crisis itself, which many different people, many different companies, many different entities decided, fuck you, we're going to make our own. If D&D won't serve us anymore, then we'll make our own D&D with blackjack and hookers. They went back on this. The OGL crisis was, began and ended fairly quickly, to the point of releasing a full Creative Commons-esque SRD for D&D, which not a single person uses, and everyone uses the OGL still because they didn't add in like 90% of the shit for it. But in the world of nothing ever happens, of course things occasionally do. And a few games ended up, well, being threatened. Yeah, Crisis on Infinite Open Game Licenses, yes. Yeah, none of them are Fatal 3rd Edition. Oh no, he's got the Chris Chad curse on him. But yes, things were not great. And there's a couple games that came out, you kind of even see here. So, first one that really people know about is Tales of the Valiant. Tales of the Valiant, or Project Black Flag, as you can see here, was effectively a... people like to call it its own thing. It's 5e. And that's one of the reasons we're not covering it today. Tales of the Valiant is effectively a 5e rendition by Kobold Press. Kobold Press were kind of like the big front runners on this. They were like, fuck you, Project Black Flag, we're going to do all these things, we're going to make it all this, and this. The problem is, well, it's Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. Slightly different, to the point where most of the Tales of the Valiant character option stuff is actually cross-compatible with 5e, to the point where you can just use a 5e character sheet for it, and nothing really changes. And it's one of the major reasons we're not going over it today. But Tales of the Valiant was kind of the first one to come out, and it went over with a dull thud. What do you mean? It went over with kind of a dull thud and didn't really change the market at all because it was D&D 5th edition. So people said, alright, we're going to wait for more. And more were threatened. Probably some of the ones which we'll be going over today was Draw Steel. For example, the MCDM RPG, terribly named, and it went on BackerKit and made 4.6 million United States dollars. $4.6 million. And this was by Matt Colville, big YouTube guy, big everything, big 5e creator for all of these things. He also has ties to the video game industry, quite extensive ones. But Draw Steel was one of the big ones. You might also know Daggerheart. We already know my opinion on Daggerheart, which is it's not very good. However, Daggerheart was threatened by the Critical Role people at Darrington Press, a massive 5e contributor, as well as multiple other things that you should know about at this point, including the fact that for their 4th campaign, for their main show, they decided to not use it. Must we casually remember that Critical Role, let me see if that Critical Role decided to not use Daggerheart for their 4th campaign, and they instead decided to use D&D 5.5, as it's dubbed, otherwise known as New D&D or D&D 2025. Generally speaking, it's updated rules and some updated things, but here's our cast of characters, not for a Daggerheart campaign, but for a distinctly a D&D campaign with Brennan Lee Mulligan, who wants to run Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. The reception towards Daggerheart has actually been very lukewarm. What I mean by that is, like, this is not, holy shit, this is the greatest thing ever. Most people see it and it's either like, oh, this seems kind of fun, or it's, not my thing, and they go back to 5th edition. Alright. What other games were, what other games were there? Well, there was C7D20. Ah, yeah, so, brand new system, 5e, brand new system, fully compatible with 5e, and it never came out. C7D20 never came into existence. What it was, I believe it was called Broken Compass. This is Broken Compass, this is kind of the thing from that C7 was doing, and there's another one that they were kind of doing. It didn't really become its own thing. It became a 5e supplement thing. So again, what I should have is a fucking chud button here that I just press and a chud jack appears. Yeah, Cole's doing their 5e with hookers and blackjack, pretty much. Oof, I know Matt Colville worked on Evolve and D&D 4e. Oh, yeah. Boasting about working. Yeah, well, because RPG Pundit is a Polish man living in Uruguay who is based in Sneedpild and likes to tell everyone. It's not a 5e setting, but it's, you know what it wasn't Broken Compass, it was another one, I can't remember. Yeah, Phantasy Star RPG, it's that. One of the other big ones that people kind of know about is DC-20. Now, you may be looking, wow, DC-20, this is cool and exciting, and it did make a lot of fucking money. It made, we go down here, it made $2 million, $2.2 million. We're going to go over a couple of these games. We're going over quite a few of them for various reasons. One of the other ones that we're going to be covering as well is Nimble. Oh no, well that's not it. Nimble TRPG. As welcome to Nimble, which is originally called Nimble 5e. They decided to change it to be their own thing. Now it's just Nimble, the worst named game ever, outside of all of these games being terribly, terribly named. To the point is, let's just say people are not, how do I want to word this? People are not, some of these games are not being sold as their own thing. They are being sold because it's D&D. It's D&D at its absolute best. Look everyone, it's Nimble. It's completely different, but it's also 5e. You know how to play 5e, you know how to play Nimble, for example. There is also, now, I should make a note of this. Originally, this case was called the OGL Crisis Babies. It was originally the OGL Crisis Babies, and how crowdfunding and the OGL crisis reshaped the TRPG landscape. Nothing ever happened. That's the funniest thing. Nothing actually happened. Like that. The unfortunate reality is that not much actually happened. But why is this called D&D Killers? You know, why is it D&D Killers? Why is it that? Why is it not the OGL Crisis Babies? Originally, it was going to be called OGL Crisis Babies. I decided to change it to D&D Killers because we added in Shadow of the Weird Wizard into that mix. So we have Shadow of the Weird Wizard here. Now, you might know of another game called Shadow of the Demon Lord, which this is technically the safe for work variant. Shadow of the Demon Lord, never went over that game. I've always kind of meant to, but it just never found a good place in it. You can kind of see that this is going to be my take on that as well, so you kind of get a double or nothing on that front. But yeah, couple odd ones. One notable exception. One very distinctive and notable concession here. I know Horace will pee-pee poo-poo his pants if I do not mention it. And when he pee-pee poo-poos his pants, it's I'm gonna have, you know, as his caretaker, it will be up to me to fix it, and it will be I don't like it when people take a shit on my carpet, metaphorically speaking. Let's open it up real fast. So this is the Cosmere role-playing game, and see here by Brotherwise. What does this mean? Like, what's the Cosmere role-playing game? Cosmere is based off of Brandon Sanderson's work, and there's going to be a couple other ones. Why are we not going? It definitely has the same world, if that makes sense. It's in the same concept. The thing is, I think it's more interesting to cover Cosmere as the Brandon Sanderson RPG than as the D&D Killer. Apparently, there is going to be a generic version of this system coming out, but the ETA on that is unknown. That's, I think, one of the problems. Is it's very unknown of when is the generic Cosmere coming out? When is generic, you know, Cosmere or whatever coming? I don't know. I don't even know what the name of the system is, but I don't know, so I don't want to go over it. I think it's more interesting as a franchise case. But yeah, so normally I would like to do like a, oh, what's what? And I think one of the big things which we kind of need to talk about here is we're going to talk about some terminology here, because I feel terminology is going to be really important here. When I talk about D&D, I am talking about Dungeons and Dragons TM. I am speaking about the Wizards of the Coast owned property of Dungeons and Dragons. Now, this mostly extends to 5e. Understand that when I'm talking about Dungeons and Dragons, I am talking about Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. But what about the old games? I'm going to refer to that as OD&D. Dungeons and Dragons, probably like 1 to 2e. Anytime I mention Dungeons and Dragons, like OD&D, mentioning that. I'll mention the others, like, I might say 3rd edition or 4th edition. 3rd edition is D&D 3e/3.5e, but they're different things. I'm going to call them the same. 4th edition is D&D 4e. Now, when I refer to the OSR, I'm talking about a very large swath of games, a huge chunk of games. But really what I'm referring to is like the older retro clones. Well, NSR would be kind of the new school retro clones. Shadow Dark is NSR, not OSR. I'm doing that for the sake of clarity more than anything, because I will be mentioning Shadow Dark. But rest assured, I kind of need to mention Shadow Dark. I'm getting pinged a bunch. Who's pinging me? Let me guess. Is it? Yeah, it's Palworld. But so, and from there, once we're mentioning everything, I want to kind of establish this because there's a lot of D&Ds out there, and a lot of these games are trying to take from other aspects. But I think it's time, everyone. I think it's time. Now, I have a very particular order I want to do this in. But why, Notepad? You usually don't have a very particular order. You usually ask us. Well, I'm doing this in a very particular order because of the draconian nature of some of these. But I think the first one I kind of want to cover. First one I want to talk about is DC 20. DC 20, you say? What? Why DC 20? Diamond distribution? Oh yes, diamond distribution. I can do a quick quick note there. Diamond Distribution's going under. Yeah, I feel like we got a whole Chrysler company that basically bought tons of books and sat on them, so companies just got fucked. Yeah, Diamond Distribution is currently going under horrifically, which is going to change the landscape quite a bit, because they bought a bunch of books and they did a bunch of distribution, and yeah. The thing is, you gotta remember, they didn't just buy, like, TRPG stuff. They bought, like, comic books. They bought into a lot of things, the major distributor, and now the company is no longer Diamond. They rebranded themselves, and they're suing people. No! Yeah, they're suing people. Yeah, it's, they're suing people for their fuck-up, but it was the old fuck-up of the old company, but now the new company is claiming damages for the old company. Yeah, it's, the Diamond Distribution thing, I need to read up on it more, because I heard about it before, and it kind of went away, but now everything's kind of, coming to a head of there. A fuckception, yeah, effectively. It's a very classic phenomenon. Happens to the best of us, unfortunately. Yeah. Let me take my Saki walkies off. So, DC-20. What is DC-20? What is this game? What is, as you kind of see here, a little bit of generic art. You kind of look at this and you might be thinking, wow, this seems pretty Dungeons and Dragons. Well, if we're going to start with DC-20, we kind of need to start with the top. We need to talk about Dungeon Coach. Who is the Dungeon Coach? Well, the Dungeon Coach is... This is the Dungeon Coach. He is a YouTuber. And as a YouTuber, he is the guy who does things about that. If we go to some of his older stuff, we go to, let's say 3 years ago. Now, this is 3 years ago. Let's see what he was doing in his main YouTube channel. This is his main channel, and it's D&D Insight Checks Suck, Critical Role MVP, Top 10 D&D Gift Ideas, Strongest, wow, Broken Barbarians, new character revealed. New attunement variant. Wow. Top 10 problems. Fix D&D house rules. The Legend of Vox Machina. Better player rewards. Stop rewarding level ups. Yeah, it's... You might be looking at some of these, and... Wait a second, isn't he just script? One D&D, yeah, cool update. Wow, build your own D&D factions. Wow, how to ship this. Alright, and... Yeah, so... This is where the OGL crisis hit, right here. 2 years ago. Now, what this led to was him distributing his own game, DC-20, and you kind of even see he's still using his old content. You know, he's still using it, but you kind of even see he rebranded from kind of the more generic thumbnails, the purple one. D20s for new D20 damage for DC-20, DC-20, and then it kind of pivoted almost entirely to DC-20 talking and him talking about his campaigns, which do exponentially worse than everything else. A new magic system, throwing made easy, and goes up and up and up and up and up. Now, you kind of see like the 0.9 update 11 months ago, and then things seem to slow down quite significantly up to here, including the YouTuber one-shots of DC-20, wow, and all these things. Dungeon Coach was I wouldn't call him a grifter. Another OGL clone has hit the market. Yeah, it's the thing. I wouldn't call Dungeon Coach a grifter. I say he's a 5e YouTuber, and I think he got big. He got very successful writing off the idea of being a D&D YouTuber. So it was kind of a natural fit that he decided to go over and become DC20. But you're kind of even seeing like, wow, some of these look pretty. Oh, wow, these seem interesting, neat. And here is the actual thing. You have his Patreon, DC20, all his PDFs, which are all 5e compatible, I should add. If we take a quick dive here, most of these are 5e compatible things. Very to the point, we'll say. Wow, some of these look AI gen. Some of them are probably just to get things done. Do I know that? No, they look like it. Yes, but it's like, yeah, cool. The 5e DC playbook. Yeah, a lot of 5e content, a lot of 5e things. But then you look at like DC20 itself, with new evolution in this. But have no fear, we do have our merch though. Always remember that. We can't forget our merch. And oh wow, look at all these cool things. Wow, look at all this. Look at join our Patreon community. Look at all these guys I have sex with. I'm friends with. Wow, here's this. Here's all of these things. Wow, here's this. Wow. Whoa. Don't forget about my Patreon with 5.4 thousand people in it. We looked at this Graphtreon. If I go to Graphtreon, you go here. This is also not his second Patreon. This is his first Patreon. He does have a second one because he does have a second channel called DC20 Gaming. Not DC20, it's Dungeon Master. It was like Dungeon Coach Gaming or whatever. He plays World of Warcraft. So this is his graph. We look about a year ago. So if we look here, wow, look at the giant jump in 2024. It's almost like that's when he almost tripled his numbers on Patreon when he announced it. However, you kind of notice there's been a fairly steady decline since then. He still maintains a pretty active amount. Yes, you kind of see those paid members, but it's like, okay, went from like 500 paid members to 1,400, 1,300. Roughly speaking, it's kind of hard to give a good estimate of how much he's earning, but he's earning between $1,000 to $13,000 a month off of this. Now, mind you, some of these, the lowest tier is 5 to actually get things. The highest tier is 100, the Platinum Dragon. All of these things, all of these. Notepad, he's a grifter. No, again, he knows what he is. He is a content producer, and I can respect them being a content producer, and he's doing the grift. A lot of these are free members. Don't forget. Not on preliminary. We're on DC20 now. Yeah, it's I can't really say like, oh, he's he knows what he is. But that also leads to some of the weird things with like DC20 itself. DC20, if you want to buy DC20 right now, it is $35. The game is not finished yet. I think this is very important to know, is that the game is not finished. What do you mean by that, Notepad? What I mean is exactly what I said. This is still beta 0.9.5. We're not technically done. I actually had to let a poll on my server saying, do you want to see DC20? Because things might change. I'm going to be very honest with you right now. $2 million seems like a lot, and it was supposed to come out earlier this year. They missed their goal multiple times at this point. From what I've gathered, there have been multiple errors of things coming out. Oh, here's the new big update for Marshalls, and let's go all the way down. So let's go all the way down. The absolute beginning was June 5th, 2024. So about a year ago. About a year and a half ago. Oh, cool. We funded successfully for $2 million. Then kind of nothing ever happens. It's like, oh, 0.95, all these things. Some people are huge buttons say get CC20 now. Possible to cancel my order and get a refund. But I'm not allowed on socials. Apparently he's been very quiet about things. And one of the big things is he does live shows a lot. All of these are live shows. And this is what he's been doing a majority, almost every day he does one of these. You kind of even see today. Yeah, even today, roughly. Actually, no, tomorrow. Today for someone. Tomorrow, he has another one planned. Their Q&A live stream. Some of these are also exclusive to patrons. So you might have backed it on Kickstarter, but if you are not on his Patreon, then you won't see anything else. Again, very particular things going on here. And as you see here, he's got the $35 beta, but it's $5 for the Monster Starter Pack, $2.50 for the Scion, $5 for the Shade Willow, $2.50 for Challenge Rules, $5 for level 0 characters, $5 for a baby version of the game. And of course, how can we forget of the fun ways of the magic items and Notepad, what the fuck do you mean there's magazines being sold? Yeah, there's magazines being sold. These are options for a game that is not finished yet, including the monsters. Now, my thing, maybe call me a little bit of a curmudgeon, if you are a patron, you get all of these for free. I believe you get them even at the lowest tier, but not free. That is important, not free. At $5 every month, you get the free books. But if you're not a $5 a month member, which honestly, actually, is he on I can't remember the exact term. Can't remember the exact website it is. Could you probably find a lot of these for free? Yeah. But the fact that he's selling them is weird. Am I weird for that? Never heard of that. Yeah, fuck. You're like, wow, never heard of that. Ah, the Ubisoft method. Why are they selling basics separately in a game that isn't even ready? Live service mod. Sugoi. Yeah, it's... The thing is, if this was literally like, we're doing this all by hand kind of thing, I wouldn't really care about this if it was like, things like DC-12, like this is the little kid version, hey, here's the level 0 characters, kind of like optional stuff. If all of this was here, but this wasn't here, it'd be fine. If all of this was here, and all of this, and this was like, if you subscribe to the Patreon, you get all the magazines. If you don't subscribe to the Patreon, you just don't. Fine. But the fact that he's selling it, he had the full Kickstarter, $2 million, mind you. This isn't cheap. No, this is $2 million fucking dollars. And all of this, as well as the Patreon. I'm like, dude. From what I gathered as well, from Archer anyway, who is a backer, by the way. from what I've gathered, is that there have been more delays than they let on. Things were supposed to come out and then they got delayed, and then there's been a lot of miscommunication with how things are supposed to be delivered, which is, it happens. I know, can't say it doesn't. I think that's very human that things go wrong. On the other hand, this is $30 for a PDF. Yes, it's $30 for the PDF and all the stretch goals, and there are people who bought the let's see, there are 112 people who bought the $800 fucking version. The $800 version. Yeah, it's and I think a lot of people, because the thing is, you got to remember, this came before the Bratitos 2DS. Yeah, it's like, you got to remember, like, content, physical items. Like, you have to remember that the Kickstarter came before all the magazines, all of the delays and stuff. That all came before. And if you are like, I want to do something right up the heels, effectively off the heels of the OGL crisis, about a year after, not even barely a year after that, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, this is going to be the big thing, and I kind of know the Dungeon Coach, but I kind of don't, and yeah. As been said here, Grifter's gonna grift. Do I think he's a grifter? No, I think he is a content producer. But who are the, you know, we've got our people, then why am I not talking about it anymore? Why am I, well, I'm gonna give you a secret. All of these people, no idea who the fuck they are. Gonna be perfectly fucking honest with you. None of these people show up. I believe, yeah, here's Alex Bjorkgren. Here's the main guy behind everything at the Dungeon Coach experience, is a normal guy. Oh, it's a lot of like interviews of him talking about DC-20. Do I see anything else from him? Has he worked on any other games? No. Eddie Blanton, nothing. Evan Bosco, nothing. Schuyler, Fontenot, nothing. But you kind of see this, Purius, Nexus, Sky, and all these. These are his buddies. These are his buddies in the server. Like, the best way to kind of give everyone, like, an idea, it would be like game design director Manly Salmon, writing director fucking Scribble Legs. That's what it's effectively doing. The worst part is, like, I know some of these people. I've seen some of their faces, and I know them. Do I know here? No. If I was probably part of the server, like the Discord server for a long time, I would like, oh, it's this guy. Oh, he's worked on this. Outside of that, no. But this also kind of gave me a clear understanding. This also kind of gave me a very clear understanding of why things might be taking a little while. This is not... You have to remember, this is not the Dungeon Coach. The Dungeon Coach is not writing everything. You've got Eddie Blanton, you've got Evan going over things, you've got Skylar fucking editing, you've got the design director looking at things, you've got one, two, three, four senior game developers, 2 game developers too. So there are effectively 6 people now game developing, possibly up to 8 or 9, depending on what the fuck these 3 do. And I don't know what they do. What does a senior game developer do? Does he write a single line of the line, or is he, writing entire chunks of the book? I don't know. And that's kind of the hard part there. But yeah, you see the website, the YouTube channel, the Patreon, Discord. Do they already have? Sorry, they are selling selling it, but it's a placeholder effectively. I think that's the big thing there. It's like, yeah, you can buy it, but when it comes out, we'll ship it to you, kind of thing. But if you want to buy the PDF, here it is. This is the yeah, like, here's all the thing there. Here's the over video. Somewhat out of date. You know, yeah, we've got the magazine. Playtest, get your hand on future content. Wow. You can get the hardcover. You can pre-order. You get all these playtest rules. You want to support it? Cool. Yeah, to go to the Patreon. Go here. Yeah. So, what are we working with here? Well, let's see. There's like, wow, there's a lot here. It's 185 pages. Last couple pages are change logs, and we're going to be kind of skipping over some aspects. But we're going to need some help with this. We're going to need a lot of help, in fact. And there's only one man we can really rely on here, and that's Hakram. Hakram Teveli Vomalvok III. Hakram is a human fighter. Yep, he is a human fighter. Not exactly the most creative character in the world, but he doesn't need to be creative, because he needs to be as generic as physically possible. My thing with Hakram is that he is a very generic character with two very big caveats. And it's goals, because I like to. This is one of those instances where I want to make the same character multiple times and see how different he looks. So if we're looking at this, if we're really thinking about things like here, Hakram is, one, a human fighter. Alright, just very, very basic. What does humans look like? What do fighters look like? Why isn't your dwarf spellblade? Because I was looking at it, I'm like, I don't even know if they have spellblades. I don't even know if they have these things, so I want to be as generic as possible. And as that is two things. He needs to be a noble, has a noble background, and that noble background must give him a good intelligence. He wants to be a smarty pants, a fighter who is smart. That is, doesn't seem too exciting, but on the other hand, we're looking at something that may be a little bit, maybe asking a lot if in that case. But that's kind of the secret here. That's our main goal in life. That is what we want to accomplish. He is smart. He is a human noble who is smart and strong. The other thing is, I want to see how easy it is to get a greatsword, because I like greatswords. So, this is what we're working with. So it's like, alright. So this is not actually the 0.95 character sheet. This is the 0.8 character sheet, which is available on the website, and I don't know how to find a 0.91, but they actually have a way to say, hey, do you want to convert it over to the 0.95? Because there have been quite a few changes. So, let's start from the top. It's like a convoluted Hawkatua joke. Hakram was actually in a Forgotten Realms character. He was born to a noble family in I believe it was Waterdeep. He's just this, he's just this dour ass, and he was very fun to play, and I always have fond memories of him. He was my first 5e character. Yes, my first 5e character from like a decade ago, and he is now my generic go-to human fighter man. To the point where he was actually my my character in Baldur's Gate 3. He wasn't a fighter there because Lae'zel. And maybe that's why maybe I should try Hakram again and make him who he really is. So, basic idea is that we have 4 attributes. Most things range from -2 to +7, and we have might, agility, charisma, and intelligence. One fairly common thing you're going to notice in these is cutting down attributes to the bare minimums. The bare minimums may change, but these are the bare minimums to a lot of people, which hopefully by the end of the week, you'll actually see the attribute video. So, as you kind of see here, like, each of these stats do things. Might is added to area defense. Think about it like flat foot. It used to have a mental defense, but now it's just area defense. Adds to your HP, might contributing to all of these things. Agility to precision defense. Because, yes, precision defense is your normal AC, but not your actual AC. Because armor class isn't real here. This is your ability to avoid getting hit. Initiative checks. Charisma is weird because it's language checks and also grit points. Because you're going to see more points show up. And then intelligence. Skill points equal to your intelligence. And with 3 intelligence, I should actually distribute more. So let's do a little bit of distribution here. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Got more things because we have high intelligence. We're smarty pants. So our starting attributes is we have 3 ways to determine attributes: standard, point by, or roll. Rolling is a spook. Understand this very important reality is that it is a fucking spook. And why is it a spook? Well, effectively what it is D6, 1d6 minus 3. Now, why is this kind of a weird one? The minimum you can roll is a 2, and the maximum you can roll is, well, a 3. You can't really roll that extensively. You effectively don't actually have that many options. So at the end of the day, your best option is probably the standard method. But why don't I point by and get everything there, which is going to end up as the standard method most of the time. Like point by among all 3 because everything starts at -2. I want to get to 0. Cool, you want to get to 0. The 0 and everything. That is 8 out of your 12 points. And then I want to have a +3 and a +1. There you go. Congratulations. There are all of your points. You are not really, like, you did it. That's it. You've successfully made the standard method. Really, the standard method is the right way, and this is what the game is built around. We would like to believe that that's not the case, but that is really the case. Because you want to have a 3 minimum. You have to have a 3. And if you don't have a 3, you're playing the game incorrectly. And what I mean by you're playing the game incorrectly is mostly down to, if you don't have a 3, then your prime modifier gets fucked. To the point where, to the point where you have to, they give you insurance on it. Yeah, when you are level 1 to 4, your attribute limit is 3. The only time you break past a +5 is at level 10 up. It doesn't take long, but actually during the playtest, which this is, it goes up to level 3. So yeah, you can't even get a +4 on anything. Yeah, you go here to level 3, and you get 4 increases. So even if you pretty much bump everything up into one attribute, you will get a +7, but if you do it correctly, you will do a +7, 1, 0, -2. Things aren't changing too often. That's a note that you have to kind of remember. Do things. So, then we have the prime modifier. The prime modifier is, I don't know if I hate it or not. You might know of proficiency in Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. You might know of proficiency. What does proficiency do? Proficiency is a bonus to... Proficiency is a bonus to like 95% of checks you make. 99%. Why? Because you're better. You're a hero, and therefore you get a bonus +3 to everything. Huzzah! Now, this is what that is, and it's whatever your highest attribute is. Akram has a +3 prime has a +3 prime modifier because he has a +3 might and a +3 intelligence. What does that mean? It means he has a +3 to it. Now, this might seem a little strange at first, but that does mean a barbarian with 3 intelligence can swing his sword just as good as a barbarian with 3 might. It leads to some stranger aspects. I don't know if I hate the prime modifier or not, because it goes to attack checks, spell checks, saves, save DCs, and awareness checks. So, for example, wow, cool, my intelligence is 6. That means I swing a sword just, based on that. What this means... what this means overall is you really should be pumping one attribute. That +7 really isn't a suggestion. You should be pumping that attribute, because if you pump one attribute consistently, everything gets easier that you should be doing. If you want to have people give them some more options, arguably I would say the attribute limit, so you can diversify your options a little bit more. What this means is it goes from, because you're level 1 to 4, you have +3. 5 goes 5 to 9, you have a +4, so on and so forth. Generally speaking, I would say use that if you want to have PCs willing to use their limited abilities to improve their attributes that aren't on one attribute. They can still do that, but then it makes awareness kind of weird. Everyone makes balanced PCs. Yeah, it's like, if everyone makes balanced PCs, no one's interesting. Yeah, so then you have your skills. Skills are very cut down. Skills are very to the point. Nothing too exciting here. You know what skills are. You know what 90% of these are. The only weird one is the prime attribute of awareness, i.e. perception, where you just, as long as any of your attributes are increasing, your awareness is increasing, which, death to dumb stats. It's a death to dumb stats by making every stat effectively the same. I don't hate the fact that, perception is its own thing. It is weird. And we did have a very large discussion about the nature of perception in general, which you can have a very large discussion about it, of does perception need to be a skill? And if not, how do you put it into a game? It's hard. Trades are not skills. They are, in other games, these would be like side skills or like little things or like kits. Oh, you have a gaming kit, you have a religious kit. Here they're called trades. They do the same thing. They are effectively skills. Akram has his history, gaming, illustration, and the theater because he gets a bunch of trade points for being human. And what do I do? And we got knowledge and things. Wow, services, subterfuge, and wow, look at all these things. It doesn't really do much. Like, yeah, here's common, here's human, here's dwarvish, gnomish, halfling, all these things. It's not now. Again, I want to remind everyone this book is not finished. And one thing I also want to remind everyone is there's no setting to this book. There's not a fantasy world that goes along with DC 20. It's just it is a system where you insert your own fantasy adventure story. Fantasy adventure world. Doesn't really matter what the fantasy adventure world is. It just is generic D&D fantasy adventure world. If you know what that means, you already are good. Congrats, you've done it. Now, this is skill levels. And they're like, oh, we want to change things differently. No, they're skill levels. You get a skill level, it goes 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So, for example, my might is +7, 3 + 4 = 7. That's it. Oh, where do you get skill? You get skill points from these things. Normally, though, this is one of those weird ones, you could only go to novice. So, the only reason I have a +7 in athletics is because I am human. But, like, I can't put more than one skill point in there. Everything kind of is, so, like, if you're a really smart character, that means you have a bunch of, like, level 1 skills and abilities and things. It's a little weird, and I think anyone that's like, okay, that's strange. It feels like maybe this should change, like, oh, backgrounds aren't in yet. Remember that, backgrounds aren't in. Do I know where backgrounds are? No, probably in one of the DC comics. Not DC comics, DC magazines. Oh, how do we increase the trade master limit? Wow. No, it's very like, yeah, what's language? Cool, you can read, write, speak. Yeah. Then we do all that, very generic, very to the point. Do I hate it? No. Do I think that we have a little bit more? Probably. Yeah, we could probably have a little bit more. Int is kind of just the least valuable skill in 5e because the amount bounded accuracy is a coin flip, giving it something is good. I think the problem, again, if you want to be a wizard and have 3 might, good. You want to be a wizard and have 3 charisma and do the same thing, you can. Because this is combat mastery, which is your second proficiency modifier. Yes. Your second proficiency modifier is half of your level. So if I was level 4, it would go up to level 2. If I'm level 5, it would go up to 3. Because it's half rounded up. Yeah, you get a second one, which you add to more things, I should add. I.e., most combat checks, most combat abilities. Because if you have combat training, which, by the way, the fighter class has combat training in fucking everything, which you'll never not have. And then by the time we kind of reach here, like, alright, we kind of know what these checks are. Beat 10. This is what, like, an attack check is, and I want you to take a look at this. So, a basic attack check is d20 plus your 2 proficiency modifiers. So it's d20 plus your prime modifier, which is going to be +3, and a combat modifier, which is +1. Okay, so easy enough to understand. However, I want to cast a magic spell. What do I roll? You're right, the exact same thing. Casting a spell, attacking with a sword, are technically the exact same. Hakram, if he had a magic ability, if he had magic, he would be able to cast it just as well as he is able to swing his blade. Is this weird? A little bit. And that's something you kind of gotta consider. I don't know if I like that or not. I think that's kind of one of those. You might really enjoy it, you might fucking hate it. It's very dependent. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But a lot of these is, do you know how to roll a d20 and beat a target number? Most of the time, it's like, it's intervals of 5. If I say make a DC 20, make a DC 15, fucking int check, do you know what that means? If the answer is yes, congratulations, you know how to play fucking DC 20. Like, oh, here's your martial check. Martial checks are This is your martial check. It's your athletics or your acrobats. That's literally all that it means. All that this actually means is that you can use your athletics or your acrobatics. Anything else? No. Doesn't matter. Oh, here's some passive skills. What's it? It's 10 plus your bonuses. What's your save? 10 plus, it's 20d20 plus your attribute plus your combat master. So you always have a +1. So again, what are my saves? 4, 2, -1, 3. That's what I roll. A lot of information is really given to you, and I do like that aspect. But don't worry, we do have death saves, because death saves are fun, right? It's just d20 roll over. That's all that it is. You don't add your combat modifier. Dynamic attack saves. Wow, look, it's dynamic attacks. You could make an attack check and then have the save on it, which does exactly what you fucking think it does. Pretty much, it's just, do you make an attack? Do you say, and do you save? These are not in you. If one succeeds, you must make the other. This is, you make both. So effectively, roll 2d20. Also, what's your save? It's every single enemy save DC is the exact same. Yeah, advantage and disadvantage. Do you know what advantage and disadvantage is? Cool. The big thing is you're just rolling extra d20s. That's all that it is. Multiple check penalties. Disadvantage. Don't try anything more than once. Disadvantage is kind of painful. What's a crit look like? Wow, if you roll a natty 20 or a natty 1. Some of these games don't actually have criticals, and I noticed that was kind of fascinating. But yeah, critical success, you do an extra +2 damage. Yeah, or a critical failure, what happens? It doesn't do anything. Nothing ever happens. Yeah, oh wow, change your condition to hindered or exposed. Some very basic. They do have degrees of success and failure, but it's intervals of 5. And they're not as common as you would think. We're like, oh, well, they're here. They have to be common. Not really. They have 3d20 and a 4d20. They have 3d20 and 4d20 advantage. Yeah. If you have 4 disadvantage, you roll 4d20s and take the worst. If you have 3 advantage, you roll if you have 3 advantage, you roll 4 d20s and take the best. If you have 4 disadvantage, you roll 5 d20s and take the best. There's still a chance if you have massive disadvantage and you just roll 20s across the board, you'll do that. Because rolling more dice is better, right, Phobo? Right? It's not as binary as D&D, where it's a yes/no. Do you have advantage? Yes. Do you have disadvantage? Yes. Okay, you roll with that. It's, oh, you have 3 disadvantage, and because you have 3 disadvantage, that means you roll 4 d20s and take the worst. Why? Because that's more exciting. Again, Demon Lord kind of solved this by using it and make advantage and disadvantage d6s. I think that works a lot better in this case, but again, if your gimmick is d20s, you're going to have to double down on those d20s, right? So, attacks and defenses. Generally speaking, again, we've got unarmed and weapon attacks. Wow, spell attack. Wow, that's it. Also, get your squares. Everyone is range 1. All melee is range 1, unless otherwise specified. Most range attacks are like 4 to 6. Like, that's kind of the average, you kind of see here, it's like, oh, range of 1545. It's 1 to 15 spaces. Alright. Yeah, you can't really do things that are too useful there. Like, spaces are pretty... Is that spaces? I thought that was feet. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, those are pretty big. Do you beat their PD? Most, like, basic physical attacks have to target this. Most magic attacks target this. Occasionally, you'll have a magic attack that targets, PD. PDR. Sometimes you will have a physical attack that targets area. Not as common. The best way to think about it is I'm swinging a sword at you or shooting a firebolt at you versus I am cleaving at you, I am shooting a fireball at you. Now, precision defense, here's all of these things. Intelligence giving you more precision defense is very important. Yeah, health points. Here's our health points, how much health you have. You might notice that health is very low. I have 12 HP. 12 HP is not a lot. And you might be like, wow, that's no HP. Well, there's a reason for that, and it's because damage is very set. You don't roll like 2d6. You do 2 damage. But you can attack 3 times, potentially. Or you can do things to increase the amount of this damage up pretty significantly. You don't think about it like, oh, I've got 5 HP that I'm going to die in 1 hit. No, you're going to die in 2 hits. If there's like 50 fucking goblins or whatever. Yeah. How many times you start dying? Do you hit under your... I'm dying. I effectively have 3 rounds to bleed out. That's bad. Don't die. Remember, kids, don't die. Degrees of damage. So this is the idea of hit success. So if you do 5 up or 10 up, you start doing extra damage. So for example, if I were to hit myself and I were to roll an 18, I would do 3 damage. Again, doesn't seem like a lot, but 3 damage makes my health go to a quarter of it. You know, I lose a quarter of my HP effectively. So it's like 1 damage, but 2 damage becomes 2 damage. If you get really hit, you might take 3 damage. It adds up. It may not seem like it, but it does add up, especially when critical hits get factored in. You get a critical hit. If you get a critical hit plus a heavy hit, which in this case it would go 4 or 5. It would do 5 HP, which would bring me down to 7, which is fucking massive. And it bypasses damage reduction. So you might be thinking, wait a second, where's armor in this? Well, armor is there. Oh ho ho. Very basic stuff. Now, there is damage reduction. PDR, element EDR, and things like that. I want to talk about it now. So, I have an armor of... Where's my fucking armor? Where'd my armor go? Where'd my armor go? Free! My armor! I got my armor here. Effectively, what armor does is... what effectively happens is armor actually eats damage. It gives you PDR bonuses. It makes sure that you take reduced damage. It's DR. But it's not really as common as you would think. I take 6 damage. Instead, I take 3 damage. That's what heavy armor really does. So, we've got down to action, to the combat. Where's character creation notepad? At the back of the fucking book. Like, you do not learn character creation until the bitter fucking end. Why? I do not know why. But this is the main gimmick. Our action points. Because this was a big thing. Like, we're gonna fix combat with D&D. So, you have 4 action points in total. Every round you get 4 of these. Anything you do, you use an action point pretty much during combat. You can use multiple action points, but most of the time it's going to be that. So, for example, let's here's like combat action sidebar. So, we've got our action points. Let's just keep that in mind. We have our mana points. For 95% of our spells, we are working with mana points. And have no fear, we have stamina points. Stamina points are for maneuvers. You gain... Oh. Ah. By the way, my mouse is on the fritz. It's been dying recently, so I need to get a new one. But action points to stamina. Cool. 2 AP to regain stamina points. Cool. You know, based on your kind of stamina regen, you regain all stamina points when regen ends. What does this do? You can spend it to do things. Not little, a lot of out of combat utility for stamina though. Yeah, and then you have grit points. Grit points lets you take additional damage and gives you advantage on saves. Grit points are either very useful or very not useful. Hakram should have more grit points. He kind of needs them because it lets him reduce damage, but he doesn't, so he has 0 of them because he's smart, not very charismatic. So again, we've got our 1, 2, 3, 4 currencies to kind of juggle, so don't worry. So there you go. By spending an action point, 2 of the following without spending AP. Yeah, the first thing you learn is how not to spend AP. So this is what a basic offensive action is. Your turn. What do you want to do? Because remember, this is very important. When your turn ends, this is an important thing. When my turn ends, I get all my action points back. So 1 AP to make 1 attack check. I can attempt to disarm. I can grapple. Here's all the grappling rules. Here's the ending a grapple rule. Force movement, falling. Don't forget how to shove. Don't forget how to tackle. And now we get into our defensive actions. So defensive actions, full disengage. So we have 1 AP to we have a disadvantage on opportunity attacks. Disengaging is not actually 1 AP, it's 2 AP. You 1 AP to impose disadvantage, you become immune to it. You become no longer able to get hit by those attacks. Yeah, you kind of see a lot of these are, well, you can spend another AP to do this. You can spend an AP to do that. Dodge, you can pose disadvantage on the next attack. Oh, cool, on all attacks. So you spend a 2 AP when it is not your, when it is your turn to say, I'm going to now dodge. Everyone gets disadvantage to attack me. When I first read DC 20, the first thing that came to mind was, man, a lot of these abilities are probably going to end up with the same thing every round, depending on how encounter structures are. Dodging is kind of in that. You're probably going to sit there and someone's going to be like, okay, I'm going to spend 2 AP to do full dodge, so everyone now gets disadvantage against me. So I get 2 actions. We can move. Yeah, so effectively, move is a little bit weird because move is setting. It is giving you move points. That's the way you can think about it. I select the move action, I receive 4 move points. I can move 2, make an attack, move 1, make an attack, move again. That's technically 3 actions. Move, attack, attack, finish my move. These are just move points. Then we have the help action, which is a shit show, which is a lot of helping can go. So then we have object, oh, I want to drink potions, APs, take spells to use APs. And then we have skill-based actions, like analyzing creatures, calming animals, combat insight checks, concealing checks, fainting checks, intimidate, investigate checks, jump checks, medicine, mounted defense, pass-throughs, searches. And don't forget about your held actions, your more of the advanced ones where you must declare, state, trigger, take reaction. And if you are using reactions, if it is not your turn, you can take a reaction and you might have to spend a resource. So, such as opportunity attacks. Yep. You can spend a yeah. Opportunity attacks are considered as reactions. Someone is moving. I spend an AP to now attack you. A spell duel. Spend MP effects. I'm going to fuck your day up. Spend 2 AP. Then everyone declares spell duels. Don't forget about spells. Don't forget about contests. Don't forget about a lot of these things, as well as all the wild magic table. Yeah. So, a lot of little things to spend it on. Now, obviously, you can just attack 3 times. If you want to, you can walk up to the enemy. Well, more accurately, you can be next to the enemy and attack 4 times in a row with no penalties. Generally speaking, I'm kind of a fan of that. There's a part of me that was like, yeah, I'm okay with this, and another part of me that's like, eh. So, now we get maneuvers. Now, maneuvers, if you have a martial mastery, if you have a martial class, you get these. You get these for free, effectively. Now, maneuver damage, maneuver abilities, you can use these effectively to attach to another action. Martial attack against enemy creature, attack action, power attack, extend attack, and sweep attack. 4 AP to do 1 attack, but you get to add all of these things. What do you mean by that? You effectively are spending additional AP to add onto your attack modifiers, and sometimes these are better than just making 4 attacks, such as deal additional damage, like power attacking multiple times, because you can do this multiple times, or increase it by a space. Force everyone to make multiple attack checks. Or you can spend stamina instead. Yeah, also, you can just say, cool, you can spend additional attacks before force them to make save maneuvers, like bleeding, dazing, exposing, all of these things. So, let's say I make a basic melee attack. I can say it's melee attack plus power attack plus bleed. Actually, we'll do power attack 2 plus bleed. That means I make a melee attack with plus 2 damage, and they have to make a save versus bleeding. Honest to God, this is probably the best system in the game, because it's actually very interesting and it makes combat actually kind of interesting. However, this is also combat. This is also very much for martials and martials only. Oh man, is that better because martials are always lame? DC 20, I'm going to reveal my secret trump card for this entire thing. DC 20 probably has the best D&D martial combat I've read. Unfortunately, it's not finished and there's wizards in it. Like that's the unfortunate reality is this is not a Song of Swords. This is not a Blade of the Iron Throne. This is not a game like that. And I would want it to be like that. I can't wait for DC 20 to be, to come out and for me to with absolute confidence, cut every piece of magic out of the game except like basic cantrips maybe. And be like, fuck you, you don't get any of those. And just add in more of these because it's pretty cool, including, again, you got all the grapple maneuvers, even defensive maneuvers. Yeah, like being able to parry things. Cool. I'm being attacked. I want to get a bonus PD. Cool. Raising shield. Protecting allies. There's a lot here, and this even goes down to techniques. Yeah, like how you can get things like techniques where, oh, cool. I can spend more AP to become new things, to get new abilities. Oh, cool. This is neat. Why are there wizards in my fighting? Why is there wizards in my fighting man game? I think that's the ultimate, ouchie ouchie, is that there are wizards in my fighting man game. And he doesn't want to make a fighting man game, because if he did, it would be almost done. And he wouldn't need to worry about, like, half the shit that he is supposedly like, I need to add all this stuff. No. But you do have a certain number of spells known. Most of the time, you don't actually get that many spells. You don't have, like, an infinite spell list, especially in this game, because they're not done yet. Yeah, it's, yeah, spell resources. Everything costs 2 AP. Yeah, spells are 2 AP. Sorry, fuck boy. Yeah, sorry. You really think you can do start blasting people all the time with spells? Not really, unless they're cantrips. Alternatively, just spend it. And then B. Yeah, certain spells don't have that. Yeah, spell enhancements, mana spend limit. Yeah, it's spent. You can only spend. MP is effectively a supercharger to your spells. They do more things, and it's spell checks. Roll d20 plus your modifiers. Oh man, what do you mean? Roll d20 plus your modifiers. We got all our various components, all our various things. Pretty simple stuff. Don't forget to sustain, which means you only get 3 actions per round. And if you can't, you are fucked. All of our various abilities, don't forget about all of those. And then our various schools of magic. Oh, cool. You get all of these schools of magic. And yes, you can combo spell magic. What does this mean? It means that everyone's working together to cast big spells. Cool. Spells are there. Again, it's my fighting man game, and unfortunately there are wizards. Like, so, congratulations, we have got there. You have encounter DCs. So, what's an encounter DC? When you are making a encounter, you effectively have to declare, is it easy, normal, or hard? And sometimes you'll be forced to make baseline difficulties for the encounter. If it is hard at level 1, it might be DC 15 to make things, to do things. And initiative can be a little bit weird, especially because it's alternating, and whether or not you actually succeed at it. If, yeah, first initiative, party outcomes, individual outcomes. Yeah, so inspiration die, which you can add plus to 1 checker or save of your choice. Critical success. Wow. But you don't get the inspiration die and the party outcomes. Wow, cool. We get to do the first one. What are we checking against? Wow. It's encounter DC. And you determine what order you go in, and you should be grouping them up together, as you kind of see here. Success, PC, enemy, PC, alternating. It's kind of odd. This is what I mean by, like, you take... Going first has a lot of power in this game, because effectively you get 2 sets of AP. And what I mean by you get 2 sets of AP is you get your first set of AP to actually do all of the attacks and all the damage that you wish to do, and then at the end of your turn, you immediately get it all back for defense. This guy gets very little AP to work with, because people might be attacking him, and if people are attacking him, that means he is not doing things. Now, So one of the big things I've also realized, very importantly, is, well, how do I want to word this nicely? I don't think you actually determine who goes where. I think these are slots. What do I mean by that? These are slots that you go into. Generally speaking, your fighting man should be at PC turn 1. Because so he can parry and block and protect everyone there. Your rogue should be like the end. But it could also be, well, I want to be the last turn because I need to be the last one. Also, I don't know why it's turn 3. But, kind of see that. Game Master Initiative, enemy groupings, unequal enemies, blah, blah, blah. Kind of see the initiative outcomes. Yeah. Kind of weird in that front. Man, one day someone will make Magic Dragon's Dogma, hopefully in a game where fighters aren't asked to. The wizards brought the spell boombox to the muscle beach again. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like, actual combat rounds, pretty standard stuff. There's a lot of general rules. What's space? It's 5-foot squares. Do you know 5-foot squares? Yeah, you know 5-foot squares. You know climbing rules. You know the swimming rules. Roll a d20. What's your breath duration? Yeah, my might of 3 and I have my 36 seconds of breath. Yeah, it's suffocating. Stressed hold. Oh no, vision, line of sight, illumination, dim light. Yeah, it's pretty basic stuff. Creatures can be very large. It can take up multiple spaces, moving and grappling and all these things, moving through. Don't forget about your collision. Collision's fairly simple. Don't forget about throwing creatures. If you are grappled, you can throw them. You make a martial check. You throw it up to a number of spaces equal to half of your might. Now, what does that? What does this mean? This means that you don't do much. You might do a bit of damage. Yeah, nothing too exciting. You can punt gnomes though pretty efficiently. And honestly, is that not the most important thing? And how can we forget about having underwater combat? So, congratulations, you have officially made your way all the way to weapons. We've made our way here. We've got our weapons. So, if you have weapon mastery, it's weapon mastery, you say. Weapon mastery is, do you have super training effectively in a weapon? Here's all of the different weapon types, and they all do something slightly different. Again, I don't know why this is not in a my fighting man game. Why? And then we have our weapon various properties, special ones. And here are our weapons. You kind of notice again, one blunt, one pierce. Very, very simple weapons. One hand, versatile, and then two-handed. I went with a greatsword. Where are the costs, Notepad? There's no cost. I don't think there's any gold in the game either. So yeah, my heavy two-handed sword, and of course all our bow. Yeah, I don't know really what. I think this is supposed to be the style of what you're using. This could have been a lot better handled, if that makes sense. Probably a lot. But hey, what's... Of course, crossbow with my blowgun, with my needle blowgun. Yes, of course, or my bow sling, which does which does the same amount of damage, I should add, as my longbow. It's great. So, customize. You can make custom weapons if you want. Reskinning. So now we get to armor. Congratulations. Congratulations. We've done it. We now have our heavy armor, our PD. Congratulations. What does armor give us? Armor lets us increase our abilities and our damage reduction. Grants physical damage reduction. We have defensive armor. So, what's our actual PDR? 1 and 1. We have heavy defensive armor. So if we go down here, 1, 1, and our PDR is half. What? What do you mean? Yeah. One of those things where you might look at it and wonder a little bit. Yeah, you don't really actually increase things all that much. But this is what it is. Anytime I take physical damage, I take half of it. But don't worry, I have -1 speed, so my speed goes from 5 to 4 for wearing heavy armor, and I got my +1s there. I got half PDR, and I have disadvantage on agility checks. Yeah. Why not take heavy defensive armor? Well, you don't get PDR. And I get to still take damage. Ow. Yeah, that's it. Same thing goes for shields. I don't have a shield, luckily, because I'm not a witch. But yeah, it's like heater. Oh, wow, cool. I can have a heater shield, and I can do things. And I don't know why you would have a heater shield, because it would just increase these up by 1 more. Yeah. Not too exciting when it comes to armor. Armor is there. Half of 1. You do have a shield. It's in your left hand. Kill the gnomes. Yeah, but I have a great sword. That's the funny thing. I have a great sword. Yeah, the weapons are very in an effort to cut down the difficulty of weapons. Oh man, I don't like it when weapons do XD6 amount of damage. In an effort to make things simple, they manage to make things a bit too simple. And because they've made things a bit too simple, it feels weird in some places. It's like, all right. And it's like, oh, cool. How many properties? You got your 2 points worth of shield properties. Oh, so I can just increase these. Neat. What do you mean I can do that? Yeah, you can just increase your armor to make it better. Cool. You know how many points of armor? Ah, cool. During character creation, I got heavy armor. Why don't I also have what's that? Oh wait, I forgot. I don't know why the fuck this is here. It's the exact fucking same thing. Then we got some really basic, yeah, like 5G should be a good price for. Yeah, there's no pricing for anything really. Here's gauntlets. Cool. Healing potions. Healing potions suck, by the way. They're kind of expensive for what you actually get out of it. They don't really get good till 2nd level, but this is also based off your level. Well, actually, its level of the healing pot, but it's like, oh, it's a 1st level healing pot, you pay 2. Really, like, 2nd level healing pot's the really decent one with a 15% markup, I should add. But yeah. A lot of little conditions, a lot of little things. Most of these are pretty standard stuff. Nothing's too exciting. If you've done one, you've done them all kind of thing. Resting. Cool. Here's resting. You can rest. If you do rests, it's Baldur's Gate 3 logic. You do 2 quick rests, or you can do 2 short rests. If you do a short rest, you regain HP, but you get some bonus abilities. Cool. If you do a full rest, you get the long rest. You get all of the benefits. And if you do a full rest, i.e., 24 fucking hours, you get a bunch of advantages. Everything's by 5s. Simple as. Yeah, very simple things here. But now we get to character creation. Yes, finally, halfway through the book, we have character creation. I think it does a minimum of, if I remember correctly, if it does 0, I don't think damage can be. I think it's a minimum of 1 when you actually attack. Let me do a quick check. So the big thing, so when it comes to damage, each hit's +5, +1. All right, easy enough to understand. So you can do base damage +1, base damage +2. If you hit a critical hit, you immediately ignore all your damage reduction. You have a 5% chance of ignoring all of your damage reduction, including your character, including all your half PDRs and things like that. Yeah, you just ignore it. You reduce it by half. Remember, that's your damage reduction, is half. And, kind of like here. Take a specific type of reduced by resistance half. Minimum of 1 damage reduced. Took 7. You would instead take 4. 2.5. Rounded up as 4. Yep. So you will take a minimum of, I believe, 1. Or you start blasting people with magic. Those are really your two things. You start blasting them with magic, and then you actually start doing things there. So a guy in his full... How do I want to... A guy in full armor walking around. If we... So a guy in full armor, as he has half PDR. A guy in full armor is still taking damage. If he does like 1, 2 damage, he'll take 1 or 2. Or it'll be rounded up to 1. Or do you start blasting it with magic? Those are your two options. Because the big thing is, this is the thing with shield as well, is shields do not grant you any ability to actually block anything. You don't actually have PDR there, so you just take half. You can get PDR for heavy shields, but you grant physical damage reduction, which is half. Yes, you would get half physical damage reduction, which is the same as your armor. You're still taking damage, just not a lot of damage. Or increasing your AC, which is not AC. So, we've finally reached character creation. Blah, 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 a lot of bullshit here. Also double checked with the backgrounds. Are backgrounds in the book? No, don't think that they are. You get skill points. Yes, you do subtract your intelligence if it is negative. It's great. Yeah, it's, yeah, oh wow, cool, all the backgrounds, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the only thing missing from backgrounds are this. There's no backgrounds in the game. Yeah, coming soon. It's coming, like, yeah, a fairly pivotal point of the game is just not in. Yeah, if you were wearing heavy armor, don't bother using a heavy shield unless you use like a light shield, like a heater shield, to get that extra AC to not take any fucking damage. I love it. That's great. So, we got all our defenses, we got our damage reductions, heavy armor and heavy shields. We got all of our ADR, we got all our modifiers. So, hello. Here's our exciting character level. Generally speaking, everything up in this book goes to level 3. You can increase it there, but you just don't have anything else, if that makes sense. You don't really have many things to have. Combat mastery. Combat mastery is not your weapon mastery or your skill mastery. Combat mastery is your second proficiency. Wow, Notepad, that seems awful. Yeah, I know, don't worry. Here's some cool talents. How many cool talents do I get? Well, you get, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And talents are, these. Wow, cool. I can get the martial expansion or the spellcasting expansion or take a secondary class. Yeah. Yeah, talents including being able to increase attributes. Yippee. Yeah, maybe not the most exciting thing in the world. If you choose to multi-class, then you can start taking those. I wouldn't really recommend it though. It's not real. Oh yeah, when you choose talent, you get an additional benefits from talent path. Yeah, don't forget about talent paths. Talent paths are different than your talents, because the talent path, once you select a talent, then you have to select a talent path if you want to be a martial or you want to be a spellcaster. If you want to be a spellcaster, you have to do all these, you get all these bonuses. But if you choose to take the martial path, you get all of these bonuses, and you also get all these. Wow, that sounds awful. Yeah, don't worry. Wow, cool. Neat. So, what ancestries do we have? Again, kind of an interesting idea with ancestries, so I'm just going to kind of zoom through a lot of these. So, yeah, ancestral adoption, ancestry magic items. Wow, look at all these bullshit. So, here's the idea of a human. Every one of these, every race effectively has 5 points. So you have 5 race points. And then you can use that to buy these. If you want, the default human are these. Use an attribute by 1, skill increase, human resolve, undying, and all these things. But you could say, I don't want human resolve anymore, I want human determination. You can do that. Nothing is stopping you. Oh, I want trade expertise. Cool. Replace one of these. And all of the races do have these, and I do like that. Gives it a little bit more to play with, a little bit more creation. I just wish, again, one of the problems is, again, there's nothing really to base it off of it, so everything kind of feels a little bit lukewarm, a little bit generic on that front. You're a dwarf. What do dwarfs do? Dwarfs do dwarf things. Here's all of these advantages if you really want it. Generally speaking, you're changing small things. Halfling. What do you want to do if you're a halfling? Well, you get all of these things. You want to play a fucking gnome? Here, you can play a gnome. It's gnoming time. Where are you, Horace? Don't you want to gnome with me? Get gnomed. Yeah, you can play a retarded gnome if you wish. I can't stop you there. Orcs are orcs are orcs. You are pretty good. You get some cool abilities. Dragonborn, I can tell you this. DC 20 man, the dungeon coach. This is his preferred race. Not even going to fucking kid you there. This is his preferred race. Why? You get free dark vision, you get draconic resistance, you get a fucking breath weapon, you get reptilian superiority. And then you say, I want more mana, I want more armor, I want this, 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 I want. There's a lot of abilities that you can take. And I like this. It gives Dragonborn a lot of things. If you were to say, this is you are all half dragon super knights, and that's what the entire game was, I'd be like, fuck it, take my money. Fuck you. It's all yours, man. And of course, you also have Goliath. I hate Goliath. Why are all Goliaths here? It's awful. Yeah, Goliaths are there. You're gonna see those are pretty common. And then we have Azamar and more fucking tieflings, which again are even more because they get fucking flying. Why do they get flying? I do not know, but you can choose to have fly. And then you get Beastborn, i.e. I want to be a fucking Chimera Nightmare creature. Because you can just mix and match these. There's nothing stopping you. This is why you drink. Get home, Horace! Come on, don't you want to gnome with me? The Pokegnomes are coming, Horace. The Pokegnomes. Again, I want Horace to wake up one day and to see the little red hat rush across the hallway and have fucking nightmares forevermore. So, our basic classes. We start with our Barbarian. As a Barbarian, all weapons, all armor, all shields. Here's all your things. Cool. Here's all your ability. Yeah, adventuring packs coming soon. Bottom text. Yeah, as class features, talents, path points, and all these things. Yeah, it's a lot of little things. Rage. Of course we got rage. Why wouldn't we have rage? What you want, right? What you want. This is what I mean by it goes to about level 3. Anything else beyond that is like, hey, we did it. Bard use spellcasting. Cool. Any charm spell tag or any of these. Here's all your abilities. Level 2. And here's your salad. And here's these. You can be a jester. Champions are the champion is the fighter. And this is what I win. Master all weapons. Cool. Swing. Everything is great and wonderful. None of these. Of course, I get 3 weapons or shields. Hence why I have a sword, a healer shield, and a great sword. Now, once per round, you can regain half your maximum SP when you perform a maneuver. What does this mean? If I perform a maneuver to use that uses 2 actions, I instead say no, it uses 1 action because I just get my stamina point back. You get a bunch of maneuvers, hence why if we look down here, these are all of my various maneuvers that I ended up picking up. All of my various things. I do have all the combat trainings. I do have all weapons, all shields, all, all everything. More techniques, more maneuvers, and Master at Arms. Swap any weapon you're in each hand with any without provoking attacks of opportunity. Because I'm so fucking good with weapons, I can immediately say no and just take out my greatsword without in one subtle movement. And I have the class feature to pick up maneuvers and techniques. Yeah, there's a lot of nested abilities. I did notice that as well. There were some nested abilities. So you get a maneuver for free, but then you have an ability that gives you a maneuver. So my question is maneuvers known? Is this factoring in Master at Arms, or is it not factoring in Master at Arms? I don't know, because that's very unclear. I think it is. I think, but I really don't know. Especially, again, we have another, you learn a technique of your choice. Once per combat, when you perform a technique, you can reduce it. So if you have a technique, now you can have a special ability with that technique. But do I have techniques here? I don't know. It doesn't say I do. Do I have 6 maneuvers? Do I have 2 maneuvers? Do I have fucking 2 free maneuvers? Do I have 4? I don't know. It's a little bit messy in that regard. Kind of like saying, oh, well, as a fighter, you get +1 stamina. Do I have 1 or 2 stamina? I don't know. Because it said, oh, if you are a champion, you get stamina. But wait, so it's do I have 1? Do I have 2? I really don't know. It's a little bit confusing on that front. There's some weird wording. I think I have two. I think. But yeah, welcome to Fighting Spirit, as well as yeah, get ready for a lot of these. And oh, you can once per combat when you start your turn bloodied, i.e., you have half HP, you can then say, hey, no, I'm not bloodied. I get 2 HP back. And then you get knowing your enemy. You get to do all these things. And you get 2 options of being the protagonist, or you get to be a fighty man. And then clerics, they get divine spells. That's your gimmick. You have divine spells. Have no fear. Kind of the same idea. Commander was the secondary. I've been noticing a lot with them. One of the big things I've been noticing with all of these games is that the fighter usually gets turned into something else. Normally, it's a commander. It's a warlord-esque character. They have abilities to command others. I do not like playing warlords or anything like that. I think they're dumb. But they're really cool from 40. I didn't much care for them. I thought they were going... I don't like warlords because well, there's 2 reasons. The first reason I don't like warlords is I don't like the idea of like shouting people awake. I think that's silly. I think that's always, yeah, it should be a subclass, not a class. And I've always think that it's like shouting people awake is kind of silly. It doesn't really fit that. My second issue is that it kind of leads to a natural leader character. And it suddenly is like, okay, you have one person now shot calling for everyone else because they give everyone abilities. Oh, I'm the guy making the shot calls. Listen to me, or you invalidate my options, or they become like a stick. There's very extremes with warlord classes. It's a lot less personal. And either they take over the group because I'm the warlord, I get to tell you what to do what I say because I am the warlord in setting, as well as the guy giving you shot calling opportunities to tell you what to do. Or it becomes I am a passive observer in the back using my abilities to enable options because you are begging me to do that. It's a weird class. I'm not a huge fan of it. But yeah, I see maneuver, stamina, no techniques, but inspiring presence, commander's call. Pretty basic stuff, all things crusader or warlord. Druid. Yeah, you can, druid is more wild forms. You can be a bunch of things here. Hunter is effectively the ranger. They still do not know how to make rangers interesting, so fuck you, here's Hunter's mark. Yay, and don't forget, here's your favorite terrain. Interestingly enough, you do get special skills when it comes to the favorite terrain, so I'm like, that's kind of neat. I will say, probably some are better than others. Like Urban, which gives you free skill points. Urban's pretty good there. Tundra's very specific. I can get the thing with this. Well, we're playing in a campaign where things get really cold really fast. Tundra, okay, I get to ignore 90% of it. Oh man, I want to be real cool, and I want to be okay. I'm gonna take grassland and just increase my speed. Like there are some that are going to be like auto picks, and some that are not. Yeah. That's kind of you are going to pick up 9 times out of 10 you will pick grassland up. Why? Because speed. You just get an extra move speed, which is good. There's no reason for you to not do that. Yeah, it's kind of odd. I don't hate it. I just think it's like, oh, that's kind of a Interesting note. Also monks. I don't know why monks are in every fucking game. Ah, man, Notepad. They're in every game because they're weird, okay? They're a weird fit. Fuck you. And also, don't forget, rogues also get all these bonuses because they're technically marshals. Yeah. Get your stamina back. This is why I say, like, stamina is a lot more active because you can get... Stamina is a lot more active in DC20 because you can get it back a lot more actively by doing things rather than resting with mana. I have mana, I rest and I get it back. I have stamina, I'm doing things in the middle of combat. As a rogue, I want to hit flanked or prone targets. I want to be, force people to take conditions, which means taking more actions, which means taking risks on things, or learning how to, or forcing people to take more risky actions. While, as a commander, I want to regen by helping people. As a champion, I want to use maneuvers. I want to be very aggro about things. I like that idea. Yeah. Yeah, you kind of even see like a debilitating strike. Like, that's a good idea because guess what? Cool, I can get my stamina back a lot easier with debilitating strike. This is cool. I'm in. I think this is interesting. It's just yeah, again, it's yeah, the thing is, I understand the appeal of it. It's either something very specific. It either needs to be something very specific or it needs to be something very controlled. Like, it doesn't feel like there's a right way. Sorcerer, have no fear. Sorcerers get nothing except light armor, but you also get magic. Zap, bitch. Don't forget about meta magic. Don't forget about all your subclasses. Oh boy. And then you get Spellblades. Spellblades. I like Spellblades. You want to know why I like Spellblades? Because they get access to fucking everything. You get to use the most amount of fun toys. And toys are fun. This is cool. I'm okay with toys. And again, this is why I say this should have been a fighting game, because I've got my I'm playing a champion. I'm gonna go in there. I'm gonna fight people with my big sword and do that. Oh, I'm playing a barbarian. I'm gonna go in there and hit people with my giant axe and rip you in half. I'm playing the wily rogue. I'm gonna try to flank people and stab them in the back. I'm playing a fencer, so I want to engage on one-on-one duels, or like I'm a spellblade. I have a sword and I can cast some light magic. Cool, that is a unique feature. I'm the fighting man who has the ability to say fuck you fireball. Alright, I'm in. You got one class doing that. Alright, cool, fuck it, done. But that's not what the game is, unfortunately. You've made something interesting, unfortunately for everyone, because Spellblades are paladins. That's a cool idea. Cool, this is fine. I'm alright with this. As someone who lives in death, I could have about that I'm fireproof as a result. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's also warlocks are here because warlocks. Let's see. This is we have packed weapons, packed. We do have our packed weapon. We have our cantrip. Have no fear. Well, I mean, we can always just be a Pact of Blade Warlock again, or just be a real human being and play Eldritch Blast Warlocks. Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast. What are you doing? I don't want to Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast, Eldritch Blast. And then, what do wizards do? They have spells. That's what they do. That is your gimmick as a spellcaster. This is what like a cantrip is, like minor flame blade. Wow, cool. You imbue it with that. But again, I do like the fact that spells, you don't get a huge amount of spells. Like if I go up to like a wizard, for example, you have 3 spells that you know. All right, cool. Spell becomes your prepared spell until long rest gains falling. Like, cool, you can spend all this, rehearse casting. Cool, I like the idea of that, but it's like I can pick any spell I want. I can pick anything I want and do that. Generally speaking, what does this mean? It means that you are picking up Flame Firebolt, or you are picking up an ability like that. All right, I'm in. I think it's cool. You know, it gives things like Firebolt a little bit more to work with. Because, hey, cool. I want to do action point advantages. I want to add more damage. I want to add range. I want to add burning. I want to have all these things. Cool. That's more shit to work with. I like the idea, but again, I would be more inclined to say Spellblade and they have cantrips. Like, you want to fight a guy with a big actual spell list. It's fucking spooky. It should be scary. Like, he's got fucking magic. A lot of them usually deal very simple things, if that makes sense. Very simplistic, very easy to understand. Nothing too wacky. So don't think we're doing anything too wacky, right? We can't afford that. We got all of our change logs and stuff, and that is DC 20. So I kind of blammed through a few things. Here's the thing with DC 20. DC 20 is not finished. No, that's all of them. Every single one of them has tieflings of some variety. That's the problem. Everyone has fucking tieflings. Except one. Now, DC 20, I don't hate DC 20. I think there are some cool ideas in DC 20. I think the problem is every cool idea is immediately prefaced by the way, we play 5e, and this is the only game we've ever played. Oh, cool, races have a lot of customizable options. They're all D&D races, though, and they all feel like that. Oh, cool. Martial techniques and stuff give martials a lot more options. Oh, by the way, we're still playing D&D, so we can't let you have too much fun. The fact that this is a game based off of D&D 5th edition is actively hindering my enjoyment of DC 20. It is truly a fucking joke. Will it get better? I don't know. Well, when 1.0 comes out, will it be the fucking promised land? I cannot tell you that, and I will not tell you yes or no on that. I don't think I can. Because if I were to tell you yes or no on that, I would be lying to you. Because I don't know. They might change things, they might add things to make it better, they might not. Overall, I think it's going to find a fan base, but I think it's going to find a... Will DC 20 be remembered in 5 years? I don't know. I think that's a problem. And maybe it'll eke out its thing, but I think this is... What I'm going to say right now is cannibalize it for parts, for your own heartbreaker. Will it kill D&D? No. No, it won't kill D&D. Ultimate question. Will it kill D&D? No. I think the problem with DC 20 right now is that there's a lot of... From a mechanical point of view, from a purely mechanical aspect, there's a lot of moving parts to it that aren't really that complicated, but there's just a lot of it. Because it's like, okay, here's the full maneuvers. Don't forget about your techniques. Don't forget about your master at arms, which again, poorly written there. Cool, here's all of your fighting spirit abilities. Cool, you get all your advance and you get second winds and you get all of your enemy abilities. Don't forget about your grit points. Don't forget about your stamina points. If you're playing Spellblade, you have to worry about mana points. And don't forget about like all your spells. It'll do different things, which might be augmented by your action points in different ways. Which, oh, don't forget, if you have this, if you have that, if you have this, that, this, and that. A lot of little moving parts. And I think some people are going to like that, and I think some people are going to hate that. And good, bad. I think, again, it has interesting ideas. I want this to be the fighting man game, though. If you were to tell me DC-20 is the fighting man role-playing game extravaganza, magic is very limited to, like, guys throwing magic. It's effectively Skyrim magic, but you have Firebolt. It's very much like swing, 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 things like that, but you get to augment it. Like, oh, I'm going down the class that gives me a bunch of mana, or, oh, I'm taking talents and stuff that give me more mana so I can augment my spell abilities. Cool. I would be like, all right, that's interesting. Like, we're working with things here. But on the other hand, it's not that. It also doesn't help that the numbers are very low. We also have no monsters, unless you buy the $5 book. Generally, if the same math persists, this is an important thing. If the same math persists, generally speaking, time to kill TTK of a goblin will most likely be about 2 to 3 rounds. Because there is still bounded accuracy, even if it's not called bounded accuracy, because I have a 13 PDR. That means they have to roll a 13 or higher to hit me. Now I'm wearing all of these numbers. So D20 plus your combat mastery plus your prime modifier. Generally speaking, I think to kill a goblin will take you about 2 to 3 hits. If you hit. That's an important thing. Do I use all my actions to do that? Am I doing things to improve my odds to hit? Am I not? I don't know. And that's kind of the part. That's kind of the issue with DC-20. Will it stand the test of time? I don't know. I don't know. He understands the problems, but doesn't understand why they are problems. I think that's a very good way of thinking about it. But now, we're going to be looking at one of the other deviants, one of the other successors, you could say. Welcome to Nimble, fast tactical TRPG. It's Nimble, right? Now, also here's all of our people. We're going to take a look at this real fast. But first things first, welcome to the real Nimble. What do I mean by the real Nimble? Well, Nimble is actually called the Nimble 5e. So that's the best way to kind of think about when people are talking about, oh, Jesus, goodbye. Our fucking wizard's down. Shit. The wizard's down. He geeked the wizard. You monster. So we look at Nimble, like Nimble 5e, for example. Like, Nimble 5e was the result of, like, we want to make Dungeons and Dragons, but simpler and easier and faster. That was ultimately the, how do we make this as fast as physically possible? And that is always the goal of Nimble 5e. However, OGL Crisis goes on. They're like, okay, what we need to do is we need to make our own version. So they decided to make Nimble. Now you can buy all the digital PDFs for, also, in case you're wondering, yes, everything is in yen for me. I live in fucking Japan. What do you fucking want from me? I live in goddamn Japan. Yen to USD. I just need the conversion. It's about 46 bucks for all everything here. So it's very like, all right, cool. But again, originally it was a 5e hack. And that's the best way to kind of think about it. It was a 5e hack, and it was a 5e ability to do things. And, oh, cool, deeply, yet focus, more of this, it's just good, blah, blah, blah. The big thing, and this is the big thing with 5e, Nimble is Nimble. It knew what it was when it first started, and then it decided that it wanted to keep doing its thing. Yeah, there we go. A lot of 5e core rules. Live TTRPG design. Wow, look everyone designing monsters. Wow. Here's the Nimble crew. Evan at Nimble. Here we go. Here's Evan. Now, who's Evan? Evan is the main guy. Evan Diaz. This is our main man, as we can see here. I love Mouse Ritter. I love this. I love this. Nimble, nimble, nimble. Complexity by dilution and the illusion of choice. Live TTRPG, Shadow Weaver, Oathbreaker. Design. Pretty simple stuff. Again, if I open up TTRPG, it's Nimble, guys. Nimble 5e. That's what people know him by. Culture outlet. Wow. Wow, Nimble RPG simplification to 5e are winning over frustrated players. Wow, 5e. This guy's made 5e stuff. That's what he does. Am I good, bad? That's just what he does. This is his gimmick. This is his thing. He makes 5e. Again. Nimble for creators. Oh, you want to make your own cool thing? Here's the creator kit. All right, cool. Want to go to the Patreon? Let's go to the Patreon, everyone. Here's the Patreon. Cool. Here's all these things. Wowie zowie, everyone. Whoa. What are our membership options? You can do the support Nimble's development. Not much more to really say about this. It's there. It's definitely a thing that exists. Do you like 5e? You've probably heard. No! Alright, but take a look at Nimble though. Let's take a look. Now, again, you must remember most of this is compatible with everything 5e. So everything it's like, wow, this sounds like 5e stuff. Yeah, I know. So here's our inspirations. Into the Odd, Knave, DC 20. Yeah, also all of these people suck each other's cocks. Like this is a very important thing. Every single one of the are like a human centipede of cocksucking. Like they're going to fucking town on that rod. Like shit's nuts. Shit's fucked. Just understand that. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I'm just saying it. This is what it is. People are very incestuous in this. Always has been, right? But yeah. It's always hard to say like what writing and editing, who's doing things here. I don't know. It could be a sentence. It could be a fucking half the book. I do not know. This is mostly Diaz's thing. Here's all the third-party stuff. Also, why the fuck did you use like a fucking JPEG? God damn it. Alright, simple enough. Again, here's our 5e rules. Like how do we cut things down, right? How do we make things easy? So, time to bring out Hawkrum. Where's the... Oh, right. Here's the character sheet. This is it. Here's the entirety of the character sheet. Welcome to, Yeah, you just missed DC 20 there, Wuso. Yeah, here is the entirety of Nimble's character sheet. Actually, one of our own people did it. Flucht did. Flucht apparently worked on this pretty extensively. But yes, here is Hawkrum Taveli Vo Malavok III, a human commander. And when I say this game is very nimble, I'm not lying here. It is very tight. How do we cut down as much as physically possible? Also, don't forget, they do use the SRD. Nothing ever, chat. Again, I need a button. I need like a button. I hit 5, and it's just a truth nuke, chud jack. Nothing ever changes because of how often kind of I'm going to be having to say that. So, let's go to how to be a good player, how to be good, now all this. Let's go immediately to our core rules. We have 4 stats yet again. Strength, Dex, Int, Will. Now, yeah, one of the abilities for rough key, use with key stats, so before a die roll that number. Will, D8. Means that if your will is 2, you roll 2d8. Wow. Pretty simple stuff. Everything is very to the point. Even skills are very to the point with things. Anytime you need to make anytime you need to check, take that d20 of yours, you get your d20 out, and you roll it. Wowzers, I rolled a 12. I beat the medium check, everyone. Wowzers. Wow. Oh man, I need to make a check against one of these things. Akra, make a strength save. Wow, cool. I rolled an 18. I got a 20. Do I save? Yeah, you did it. Yeah. Everyone claps. Everyone claps. Yay. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah, we did it. Yes, here we go. We got our, don't forget about advantages and disadvantages. Of course, if it's an advantage, what do? We are advantaged on strength, disadvantaged on will saves, because we're not very willful. Our size. Now, what is advantage and disadvantage? Theoretically, everything can have advantage and disadvantage, even down to combat, even down to attack rolls, which you're going to learn are a little bit weird. So, for example, I need to make a strength save. I have advantage, I roll, 1 die says 17, 1 says 2, I take the 17. If it was will, I take the 2 instead. That is advantage. In combat, you're going to be rolling extra d6s. Now you're going to see that. So, HP. I go down to 0 HP. Ow, I'm dying. Oofy ouchie. What do? You have 1 action. Everything is risk. Every time you do anything, you make a strength save. If you succeed, you do it. Unless, or you take 1 wound. Anything you take 2 wounds, you take more. Now, if you take 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you die. I kind of like it. Pretty much, you don't go down necessarily. You're not like at a risk of doing fuck all, but with 1 action, you're kind of sitting with your thumb up your ass. Yeah. Ooh, this is fallen. Millions must cope. Sneed while the Sneed pill. Yeah, it's yeah, temporary HP. Hit dice. Don't forget about our hit dice. What do we do without hit dice? Don't forget about this. Sorry, I'm gonna skip the entire book. So speed, you have 6. It's in inch squares. Okay, you're in inch squares. You do have like, oh, you can do it by doing this. Sorry people, if you have comically small hands, you just move slower. Sorry, smalloids. Sorry, smalloids. Your hands aren't good enough for me. Yeah, ranged. Yeah. Sometimes these are written a little bit weird. Like, oh, none specified. Your reach is 1. Any enemy adjacent to you, range attacks are made at disadvantage. Long range. If it's 2+ on any range attack. Oh, wow. Forced movement, you take bludgeoning damage. So, concentration, make a strength save. Yeah, so for every space of movement that's short, if both hits split the damage, ow. Yeah, every 10 feet fallen, you take a d6. In theory, Hakram here can reliably, with his 17 HP, can reliably fall about 30 feet. He can fall about 30 feet on the 30 feet and not die. He has a chance of going down, but he won't die immediately. Yeah, cover, hiding, how to hide in the middle of combat. Here's the entirety of the grappling check. You make a grapple, and they're grappled. Here's every problem. Cool. Neat. All right, we've reached combat. That's it, really. God help us all if Shaq plays this. Sorry, we're a Charles Barkley enthusiast here. So, you get 3 actions. Everything costs about an action. At the end of your turn, you get them all back. Generally speaking, here are your 4 actions. You attack, you cast, you move, you assess. However, this is the weird thing. Permanently counts as attack. Roll the die listed on the spell and deal that much damage. So, these are auto hits. I have a d6 weapon. Roll my d6. Cool, I do 1. But if I roll the 1, I miss. So, I roll again. I got a 4. I deal 4 damage. Let's say, for example, I rolled a 6. I roll a 6. I roll again. I rolled a 2. I do 8 damage. That's it. Rolling max on the primary die is a critical hit. You crit, you roll it again, add the result together. In theory, this does mean that any attack can instantly kill people. There is a microscopic chance of a level 1 goblin being able to one-shot you immediately because he rolls his dice and immediately crits 50 fucking times and then kills you. Yeah, here's the cumulative disadvantage. Yeah, technically you can attack more than once, but don't. You get a disadvantage. What does disadvantage do? Remember, you lose dice, i.e., yeah, for additional attacks after the first, increasing the chance to miss. So, I attack once. I deal 5 damage. I attack a second time. Oh, wow. I rolled a 3. Cool. I attack a third time. So, I attack a third time, and I do 2 damage. So you're doing less and less damage each attack because you have higher and higher a higher and higher disadvantage on things. Casting spells, it's exactly what you think it is. Use mana. Move 6. Assess, ask questions. Now, you can use reactions. Now, you spend an action point to use a reaction, but you can only use one of these. You can use an opportunity attack, melee attack with a disadvantage. You can help people. All right, cool, give advantage. Oh, I can interpose, put myself between them, or you can defend. Now, I take... Oh no, I hear you say. I've taken, let's see, 11 damage. I have been hit for 11 whole damage. Ow, that's gonna hurt. What I can do is say, I'm going to use one of my actions, and I'm going to defend. I reduce it by my armor value. My armor is 7. I go from 11 damage, I reduce it down to 4 damage. Wow, I did it. Good job, me. Oh goodness. Yeah, armor is DC, but you have to spend an action to do it. You must spend an action. Yeah. Technically, it's like you can defend and interpose in the same round, or you can opportunity. You can't attack. You can't opportunity attack multiple times. You can't defend multiple times. You can't interpose multiple times. You can do it once. Most people have armor. If they have medium armor, you only do take damage only the dice rolled, none of your bonuses. Or if they have heavy armor, you take half damage from all the dice. That's it. Also, if you are dealing with minions, they die. And then make a DC 20 to it. DC 20 plus dex. 1d20 plus dex. Wow, cool. A single digit means you start combat with 1 action. They start combat with 2 actions. With a 20 plus, you get all 3 actions. Yeah, our first round of combat, we don't actually get to use all our toys. Yeah. This, I can guarantee you, this is a rule that will most likely be changed for 90% of the groups. I'm in this age of mythology? Probably. Yeah, turns, encounters, one turn, 1 round. Not too complicated here. Wow, cool. What's resting? Catch breath. If you're in the field, catch breath, take it, expend hit dice you have, add your strength, and regain HP. It's pretty common. If you make camp for at least 8 hours, you take the maximum value of each hit die and you add your strength. Yeah, you get, guess what? Health back. Still 5e, so if you do safe reps, you recover everything. That's ends over 9th and things like that. What do you do during downtime? You can do these things. Cool. What do these do? Nothing. They just do things. So, let's make a character. Choose our class. A lot of classes here. We got all our ancestry and fill everything in. So, here's our basic details. Here's all your stats. You choose one of these 3. I went with standard. I went with balanced. 2110. This Hawkram is balanced, as all things should be. So you get some skill bonuses. You get 4 skill points, as you can see here. Now, you might be thinking, Notepad, this looks a little bit weird. Why do you have such high skills when you have 0 here? You didn't have those skill points. Well, I did have those skill points, but those skill points we like to call being human, because humans get a lot more. So here's your money. Now, here's the thing. Take the equipment listed in the class and background. Take the equipment there. 50 GP buys you fuck all. It buys you fucking nothing. Oh, cool. Here's all the language. Down each point of int grants an additional language known. I have 1 int. I know how to speak dwarf. I always know how to speak dwarvish. Other abilities. Inventory slots. Wow, look at all these things here. Very, again, nimble. How do we make it more and more nimble? Leveling up. Get all of these things. Cool, level up. Wow, look at all these other things. So, we finally hit our our common ancestries. Here is the entirety of human. These are all they are. Again, nimble. Let's cut down as much as physically. It feels like I'm rushing through this, but I'm really not. Because nimble is nimble. Let's cut down as much as we physically can, but still maintain the soul, you could say. Does it? Depends on what you mean by soul. What is the soul of a funny elf games? It's hard to tell. But yes, tenacious, +1 to all skills. Dwarf, here's all your abilities. Here's elf. Halfling. Gnome. Then here are your exotic races. Here you go. Here's all of the races. Also, here's tieflings again. Haha, it's more fucking tieflings. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty simple, or they're ones that have... It's Goliaths again. Oh, I want to fight a Minotaur. It's there again. Really, the ones that are, like, actually possibly interesting, they don't really... Again, there's no elaboration. There's no setting in, obviously. No setting or anything like that. Like, why would we have that? Backgrounds are pretty specific to some of them. That's kind of the thing. Like, they're very specific. Yeah, like, oh, you were raised by a goblin. Cool. Cool, you're ear to the ground. I've been around. They want you dead. History buff. Like, some of them are very specific. And some of them, usually they're not, like, all good things either. There's usually a problem somewhere there. I went with taste for the finer things because it's there. It's very simple. Generally speaking, they even say, like, yeah, if you want to make your own, here you go. Oh, here's the adventuring motivation. Why are you adventuring? Do anything. It's just there. Cool equipment. Now, we're going to talk about why equipment's weird. So, so as we see here, here is the entirety of armor. Remember, our base cost for things, base cost is, and this is important, 50 gold. Yeah, you can afford fuck all. I understand you can afford fuck all. You can at best get ox hide, but that is all of your money. All of your money is that. Get rusty mail. Like, in an effort to cut things down further and further and further, they have really cut nearly everything down. And there's not a lot of toys. And I would really wish there were more toys. And that's why Hakram here actually does not have his great sword. He has a short sword. Why? Because he physically cannot afford another sword. A great sword is over double the amount of starting money you could potentially have, but it's 3d4. So you start with a shitty short sword. What if I get a club or a mace? Nope, you do not start with that. You could probably, but again, can I start with a rapier? No. Can I start with a staff? Yeah. Can I start with a battle axe? Maybe. That's, again, let's cut things down as much as physically possible. And yeah, I'm not a huge fan. It's like, oh yeah, cool. Here's like the really specific weapons and things like that. I'm like, okay, do I get like a way to make my own any? I get some fun things here? No? Alright. Then we have our spells. Spells are, as you would guess, pretty fucking simple. Most spells are like this, like Flame Dart. Because remember, you don't roll to hit. There's no hitting. There is you roll or you deal, you roll and do how much damage you deal unless you roll a 1. Flame Dart is probably going to heal. It's probably going to hit every round. It's not too exciting on that front. You have a 10% chance of critting. You have a 10% chance of failing. Earthfire. Cool. You had learned Ignite. 4d10 to a smoldering target. Sorry, how do I... Oh, smoldering? What do I do to get smoldering? You hit them with Flame Dart. You have to roll a 10 on Flame Dart. Once you hit a 10 on Flame Dart, you then ignite them for 4d10 damage. Or you just go with, like, enchant weapon. That's it. Little Inferno. There you go. All of the ice spells, all of the lightning, all of the wind, all of the radiant, all the necrotic. There's some like very basic utility ones. All of these are like all of these are very simplistic, as you can see. Yeah, as you can see, they are quite literally there's 3 of them. Cool, here's some optional variant rules. Cool, fast resting, different key stats. Cool. Custom weapon dice. Cool. Measuring spaces. They literally say choose one and roll with it. Generally speaking, I go diagonals, not adjacent. That would be my thing. I would go diagonals adjacent or diagonals not adjacent. Trash can. Go with one of those. The every other, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's depends on how you want to handle things. And that's it. That's Nimble. Technically, though, we do have the GM's guide and the hero's guide. So we're gonna go over the GM's guide is the longest section, but the secret to huge success is that it's very simple. There's nothing too exciting here. It's like a lot of like, oh, how to make items, how to make this. Like, here's what goblin. Let's look at goblins. So here's a goblin. Cool. You have a goblin. How much damage does he do? He does D6. So if you want to do 1 flunky and 2 minions, let's see. We have so cool. We're gonna do two minion. We're gonna do 2 goblin. Yeah, there we go. 2 of these and a flunky. I don't know where the fuck the flunkies are. Let's take a quick check. Where's flunkies? Bum. Flunkies are like the butt with what they can't crit. Low level monsters. Wow. Gazelle. What do we do? How do we fight? So, 3 goblins. They deal D6 damage each. That's it. That is what they do. Goblin minions don't do much. So here, yeah. That is the entirety of goblinoids. Here's bandits. What bandits do? They do this. Cool, you want to fight a bandit bruiser, do that. You want to fight a bandit hunter, do that. Very... Hello, extremely tiny penis man. That's the extremely tiny penis man who goes through here. It's great. But welcome to learning how to convert 5e stuff to this game. Yep, this is how you actually learn how to convert 5e. Not converting this game into 5e, the other way around. How to nimblify things. But yes, then we have our heroes. How to make characters. Because they do not tell you how to make characters in the base book. This is a secondary book. So, if I go down to the commander, here's who I am. Here is the entirety of the commander. Here's really all of your stat blocks. Here's your coordinated abilities. Right down here. Very simple, very to the point. Now, the reason why I'm showing you this is because I want to show you Hakram, level 1. Now, I'm going to show you Hakram, level 4. This is 3 levels later. Hakram is now level 4. And because he's got 3 skill points. 1, 2, 3, 4. Here is all of his abilities. Here is all of his things. Not much has changed. Technically, I could probably afford to have something better at this point rather than that. But you do get more abilities over time. That's one thing to note. You do get more abilities over time. You do get more things, but there are a lot of things, and they're not usually too complicated. But it's not like it's going to be nimble all the way through. There's going to be a lot more options, a lot more toys to be working around with, depending on the class kind of as well. And certain classes don't really get that much; they just get bigger numbers. But Commander does get a lot, and this is the fighter class. There's no getting around that. It's the fighter class. But really, what happened was his numbers got bigger. The numbers go up. Now he has some more options, and that's again some of the. They do the thing where they name the classes kind of weird. It's a rogue. It's a fighter. It's the barbarian. Ranger, wizard, paladin. Kind of like evil wizards. It's a cleric. It's the fucking bard. It's a druid. It's the fucking martial. And there are extra subclasses. Which, like, the extra subclasses are like the special ones. Like, oh, cool, I'm cool, I'm this, I'm that. But it's technically Shadowmancer or things like that. It's like they're very specific. Some of them are very simple. Of course, we've got monks. Of course, we've got all these things. Here's the thing. Nimble good. Nimble's nimble. Nah, just staying rusty till 20. Is Nimble good? Nimble is nimble. Very light. I don't think this is a game that's going to last you 500 sessions. This is not a multi-year long campaign. This is John wants to learn how to play Dungeons and Dragons. We don't know and so we're going to play Nimble because it's really easy to understand. It's a good introduction RPG. And I wish they leaned into that. I honestly do. I wish they leaned into that a little bit. In leading into those little concepts of like, oh, hey, I have more friendly options instead of like naming the things kind of weird. Like, oh, here's a bunch of cooler items. I think that's like one thing that I wish you felt cooler. I think that's a funny thing to say, but like the items you have suck to begin with. It's like, oh, you get a short sword and a fucking rusty mail. Oh, cool. When do I get real armor? Well, you don't. Sorry. You don't get real armor until much later. Or the GM gives you something similar. Yeah, again, it also runs into issue I have with normies only want to play D&D because they recognize brand name D&D. And yeah, and that's why, again, if you look at this, it's Nimble 5e. There's that D&D conversion in there. Will Nimble kill D&D? No. It's too light for people who play a lot of games. I will say that. I think people who play a shit ton of games and want to really sink their teeth into something, it's too light. If you want Nimble needs to position itself in the market to be a friendly introduction, if that makes sense. It has a big smile on its face and say, hey, do you want to play D&D? But D&D looks complicated. Play Nimble. D&D hard. I want to play something lighter. And that's what it is. That's what it does. I want more stuff in it, though. It sounds stupid to say, but I want more. I want items to feel less awful. I want things to feel cool. I want my character to feel more personal. Yeah, that's kind of the issue. I want my character to feel more personal. Because you don't have, like, how do I want to word this? Here is every single melee weapon in the game. Can you deviate too far from that? No. I want more shit. I want things. I want to touch things. I want to have cool things. I want to be able to make my character faster rather than... How do I want to word this properly? I don't want to start at level 1 in D&D. Level 1 sucks in D&D. Level 3 is when you start having fun. This game starts you at level 1 with less shit to think about. Because level 1 and level 4 were not that different. Yeah, here's a bunch of new toys, but what? Like, alright, cool, I get to do +1 damage. The fact that I wasn't even like, oh, I'm going to change that, because, like, okay, what armor can I, like, look forward to? Ah, cool. An additional 3 fucking armor that still requires actions to use. Ah, cool. Half plate. Is half plate going to do anything for me? No? Alright. And it's like, yeah, and a lot of this, how do I want to... A lot of the time, where it's like, oh yeah, just make it up. There's a lot of that. Yeah, honestly. Honestly, yeah. Like, level 1 and 2, if you want the game to be nimble, honest to God, level 1, this game should be like level 1 to level 10. But each level, you get a good amount of shit. You have a lot of fun each time, and it's like, cool, I get to have a bunch of things. Hawkrum, like, the second Hawkrum, for example, the advanced Hawkrum. And remember, it's not, like, easy to get an idea of, like, oh, when do people level up? When do people... Like, when do people, like, level up or anything? When do you? Well, let's look at the Heroes book. Let's see. I want to... Leveling up, right here. Okay, leveling up. Cool. May allow you to gain a level whenever you complete a challenging quest or adventure. May allow. Okay, so it's whenever he feels like you level up. So it's like, why do we have... It could be 2 sessions you get to level 4. It could be fucking 12. There's not a lot of rules there. There's not a lot of things there. So it's like, I picture a lot of GMs being like, okay, we're going to like rush to like level 3, level 4. That's fast as possible. We're going to rush to get your subclass. Like, why bother having that then? Why bother having a point in the game where this is not as entertaining? Or what? Like, that's my thing. Don't worry, we added in the boring part of the game because that's what people want. It's just like, adding in some... There's things you could add there to make it a little bit more interesting. There's things you could add to improve upon that concept. And I wish they would. Will they? Probably not. Because that's not the point. That's not the point of the game. Alright. Oh, big stretch, big stretch, big stretch. Okay. Ow. Let's check my phone real fast. Let's see. Cuckoo, choo-choo. Alright. It's simply in the wrong parts again. New players want to do cool things without complicated rules, but not simple rules for simple things. Yeah, you're kind of hitting it on the head there. It's... They simplified D&D without... If you want to see the entire point of this stream, if you want to take away anything from this entire stream about the D&D Killers, and you can clip this section as well. Now you can clip this entire section if you wish. All of these games are looking at trees without acknowledging a forest exists. All of these games are looking at the trees and failing that simple check, failing that idea of seeing the forest. And because of that, all of them feel like they're missing something, or they've oversimplified other aspects of it without acknowledging other aspects. And I think it's we'll get to my my conversation about that in a bit. But I kind of want to go over Shadow. Oh, welcome to Shadow of the Weird Wizard. Shadow of the Weird Wizard. So you may know, you may have heard of, again, Shadow of the Weird Wizard. You may know Shadow of the Weird Wizard from the Schwalb man. Shadow of the Schwalb Entertainment, otherwise known as the guy who made Shadow of the fucking Demon Lord. That's always one of those things you have to remember. It's the guy who made Shadow of the Demon Lord, which probably everyone knows him for. And Shadow of the Demon Lord's a fucking good game. I'm not gonna lie there. Shadow of, it's Adamantine Cellar. It's all these amazing things. Demon Lord engine. It is a really fucking good. Yeah, it's a really damn good game. There's a lot of content for it, and there's a lot more. It's reasonably priced as well. It's a good amount of stuff in this game. Weird Wizard's doing well for itself. Maybe wondering, well, what's the difference between Demon Lord and Weird Wizard? Well, Demon Lord has a lot of shit in it. I'm not saying that as like a joke, like a metaphorically speaking. There's the penis explosion spell in Shadow of the Demon Lord. Demon Lord has a very certain tone, and that tone is barfing up your guts or having your penis explode or having shit go from every orifice in your body at once. Not good. It's dark fantasy. It is almost over the top dark fantasy, almost Diablo-esque. Like, this is so grim and shitty that it kind of boosts around to being kind of funny in a way. Shady shadows over shadow shade, yeah, things like that. It's a little bit goofy in its own right, but it's funny goofy. And some people can't get over that. I really couldn't. When you see the here's the the exploding cock spell, here's my exploding ass spell, I'm like, okay, maybe not. It's German. What can you... It's very German, with all the problems that go along with a German being involved with things. When Germans are involved, inevitably understand it's going to be gruesome, or it's going to be covered in poo. But no, I don't know why. So Shadow of the Weird Wizard was, over time, bought and made to be the safe for work variant, you could say. Shadow of the Weird Wizard is the safe and nice version. Relatively speaking, didn't come out too long ago. Let me open up when the exact... I used TTRPG for that. It came out last year. February 19th, 2024. It's about a year old at this point, coming up on 2 years. But Demon Lord, let me see if I can find fucking Demon Lord again. But like Shadow of the Demon Lord itself. Fuck are you? Shadow of the fucking Demon Lord. Where are you? Shadow of the fucking Demon Lord. Oh wait, no, it's not Shadow of the Weird Wizard. Schwalb Entertainment. There we go. Shadow of the Demon Lord. Shadow of the Demon Lord came out fucking eons ago. It's over a decade old at this point. From the rumors I've heard of Mr. Schwalb, he didn't want to make Weird Wizard. This is a rumor. He didn't want to make Weird Wizard, and he relented on it for a very long time. Because Demon Lord is his baby child. Yeah, blood coming out of it. Oh, yeah. And basically all the wizards, but I would say like 90% Yeah, I would say like 90% of those wizard memes come from, Shadow of the Demon Lord. Understand that. Yeah. Apparently, from what I gathered, Shadow of the Weird Wizard was like an obligation thing. People like pressured him into making, and that's why it took so fucking long. He's like, yeah, I guess I'll make it. All right, I guess I will. Okay, all right. Like very much fighting against it. But that's a rumor, a little joke. Could be funny, could be accurate, could not be. But it's not to say as well that there's nothing there. You see Secrets of the Weird Wizard. You see again a lot of these little books. Secrets of the Weird Wizard is effectively mandatory. I would say, like very, very important that you have. Yeah, you have this one to get the complete experience. So yeah, it's $40. It's a little bit more. Uh, yeah, some feel, yeah. Amazing improvements. Wow, cool. Wow, incomplete with cover art. Yeah, we're not going over Secrets of the Weird Wizard, but generally speaking, so that's kind of the 411 we're looking at here. So what's the gimmick? So first things first, understand that this cover is actually impossible to play in the game. This cover is impossible to play. But Notepad, why is it impossible to play? Well, if you just have this book, you cannot play elves, you cannot play clockworks, can't play whatever the fuck that is, and you can't play whatever the fuck that is. You can only play humans. It's a little thing, but it means a lot to me, okay? So, we're going to kind of run through that. Setting is fairly not too complicated. There is a setting. I didn't read too far into it. It's kind of some weirder stuff. You can, yeah, it's gray fantasy. Yeah, it's an interesting setting. I don't hate it. One thing to note as well, the artwork for this game is all over the place. Like weirdly so. Like very little consistency. And it will be noticeable. You will notice it, and it will frighten you, most likely. Yes, it will frighten you. So, we got our character. Let's bring out Hawkrum. Hello, Hawkrum, Tevelivo Malavok III, child of a landholder. Here's Hawkrum again. I was able to afford a greatsword, because you do not start with a greatsword. So, no greatsword for no greatsword for Notepad. No greatsword. But you can see we go up to level 10 in this game. Again, you go up to level 10. Generally speaking, I do like the way they do this. It makes a little bit more sense once we hit that point. But even right here, you kind of see the sage might allow other ancestries, such as dwarves, elves, goblins, or clockworks, along many others. Simple rules for these ancestries appear in Secrets of the Weird Wizard rulebook. Weird Ancestries, another supplement, reveals 30 different peoples and things like. Buy the fucking expansion. Oh man, I bought this core book. It should be a buy the fucking expansion. Even that guy, I can understand why that guy might be mad. It's buy the expansions. You might spend over $100 on this game and not. You might buy this book, not quite get what you want, and then want to buy other books. Kind of need to buy the other books to get exactly what you want, even though the cover of this book. This is the thing that annoys me more than anything. The cover of the book implies that you can, but you cannot. It's a little thing, okay? It's a little thing. Now, first things first, when you are making your character, you select a profession. A lot of these professions don't give you too many things. I went with a landholder. I have a sword. That's it. Pretty simple stuff. Some of the other ones were like, oh, you're an astrologer. You know the old tongue. Oh, you're a doctor. You have a healer's kit. Oh, you're a farmer. You have a pitchfork. Oh, you were a cook. You have a pair of kitchen knives. Oh, you were a tanner. You have a quarterstaff. Oh, you were a detective. You have a magnifying glass. And like some very basic things that you have right off the bat. I'm like, all right, that's kind of cool. Here's your very basic set of equipment. Very basic, very simplistic. I went with Brigandine, Shield, and a club because I already started with a sword. I have a Brigandine and a sword, and a shield, and a club now. But yeah, you can roll on the appearance tables if you want. Nothing's stopping you. Kind of like, oh, what's your dependability? There's a lot of randomization in this game. I'm going to be honest with you. There's a lot of randomization in this game, and I like that idea. I like the idea that if you really want to, you can just kind of roll up who your character is pretty easily. And then we select our novice path. Instead of classes in Shadow of the Demon, Shadow of the Weird, instead of classes in Weird Wizard, you have paths. When we first begin, we just have a novice path. So, when we first get this, Hakram is a fighter. He has access to all of the fighter abilities. And because he is a fighter, that is what he is. Here's Hakram. Also, this is the only character sheet, I should add, that actually has a portrait section on it. Why? I don't know. It do be that way sometimes, though. See the way that this is kind of set up. These are my abilities, nothing too exciting. So we only have our 4 attributes. Again, strength, agility, intelligence, and willpower. Pretty common ones. 12, 11, 10, 10, and you can increase one and reduce one by 1. So I went with this for Hakram. Hakram is not very willful, not the kind of personality of a turnip. He's pretty smart, pretty strong, and your bonus is 10 minus whatever it is. So if you have a 9, you technically have a negative 1. Pretty easy to understand, pretty easy to get. And you also get your defenses. Defenses, your health, and your languages, various talents and spells, and all those other things. So let's do with the fighter, for example. You can choose to have a special starting attribute scores, or you can make your own. Your choice. Generally, it became this. I just swapped around the 11 over here. I swapped the 11 with the intellect and the 9 with will. And choose all of these. And this is a level 1 fighter. I get combat training. Anytime I attack, I roll with 1 boon, 1 additional d6. I get to roll, use more damage, and you can use an action to heal half your damage total and impose 1 bane on all rolls to attack you. Cool. After I level up, I get bonus damage, extra health, more fighting styles. Pretty much like the more you level up, the more you get. But it's like, oh, what happened after level 5? Oh, I don't really get anything for a couple levels. And yeah, you don't get anything for a couple levels because you go on a separate path. Which if we go all the way up here, at level 3, you go on a separate path. Yes, a completely different path. You started getting a second actual set of abilities. You choose a new pathway. You get some more benefits there. You get the level 5 benefits from your novice. Boom, boom, boom. Master, expert, things like that. You get a lot of character customization. You get a lot of options here. You're always getting something every level. You are getting something. Now, I want to talk about bonus damage real fast. Bonus damage is very useful. You get to augment your attacks and deal extra damage. This is good. So, in fighters, pretty simple. Mage. What do mages get? You get magic. You have magic implements, and you can cast some basic spells. Very limited spells, I should say, otherwise known as for novice ones. Priest, same idea. Cool, you are magic. You have magic abilities. Very simple, very to the point. Equal to your levels, you expend a charge to produce the following properties. Cool, smite, holy healing, holy denunciation, If you want to play a priest, you can go into being a paladin later if you want. There's not really any requirements per se. No, nothing like that. Are we talking about Warhammer RP levels? No. Warhammer. Randomization is like, if you want to randomize things, it's you will make a viable character. You might just look goofy or walk with a limp or something. It's shit like that. Yeah, rogue, cool. What are you as a rogue? You get all these abilities. Pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exotic, nothing too bad. All of our various things, and that are helping of some weird artwork. So, you want to know how you do 90% of actions in Shadow of the Demon Lord? Take your d20 and roll versus and roll versus the target number. Usually they're intervals of 5. Take it as you will. Akra makes a check. He rolls an 8. He adds his strength of 3. He has an 11. Cool. Ah, man, I need to make an attack against someone. Against your defense score. Defense can be a little bit high. A little bit of that, but he also has like brigandine armor and shit like that. He's actually well armored. That's the funny thing. He's actually well armored. So again, I roll with a +3, so I rolled a 16 + 3, so I would hit my defense, and I would roll my damage of 2d6. How much damage do I do? 6. Cool. So, boons and banes. So, boons and banes. D20. I have 2 boons. I have 2 boons, so I'm going to roll. So I rolled a 17. Got 2 boons. I rolled a 2 and a 1 on my D6s. I add my 2 to my roll. I got a 19. If I had a bane, 2 banes, I would actually subtract it. That's it. Nice and simple to the point of kind of absurdity. It's pretty easy to understand, nothing too exciting. If you roll a natty 20, you get a 20, or you exceed it by at least 5. This is interesting because if I get hit by a natural 20, I take damage, but let's say, for example, I had like 13 defense. If I had 13 defense, a 18 or higher would technically be a critical hit. But you might get some improved outcome. They don't really do too much, but it might do something useful for you. And luck rolls. Roll a d20 versus it. That's it. Flat 20, babies. Flat 20. Woo! Got our health score. Now, health is a little weird, and I'm going to explain health the best way I can. So, oh no, I've taken 2d6 damage. I've taken 6 damage. I'm still upright and fighting. I've taken 12 damage now. 18. Well, I actually have 16 damage. And now my health goes down by 2. And thus my damage goes down by 2. I am now on my fucking ass. I am injured. I am incapacitated. I take more damage. I take 11 damage. What do we go down to? So we go down to, we take 11 damage, we have 3 HP, that means we have 3 damage. Oh, well, I'm going to get healed. I go down, I get healed for 2 HP, so I have 1 damage that I'm no longer incapacitated, but I'm still losing my health. So the idea, to explain it in the very simple terms, is damage is kind of like free. You can think of damage as over health. How much damage can you actually sustain before you start taking health damage, which is meat points? However, if you go over, let's say for example, again, I lose 4 health and I'm at 12 HP, 12 HP, then my over health, my damage is also 12 now. It goes down. This also means, it's a unique twist on doing health. Effectively, the closer you are to death, the less damage you can actually sustain before you start taking actual serious damage again. But, you can push it. 14 damage, I'm still fine. 12 damage, I'm still fine. 16 damage, I'm not fine. I'm not doing well at all, actually. I'm really fucked up. Now any extra damage is going straight to my health bar. So, yeah. When damage equals your health, you fall prone, become incapacitated. Alright, cool. You were unconscious. While unconscious, you lose health. If you ever get, again, if you want to reduce your damage, and it's an interesting idea. I do like the idea of the health system. It's a little awkward at points. If you're not used to it, it might take I think the best way to... If you're not used to the damage system, it's going to take you about a session or two to get it. But once you get it, it's actually pretty cool. It's pretty neat. Because there are some effects that target health, and there's some effects that do damage to you. If you're poisoned, you're now taking health damage, which means your damage goes down. It's interesting. I like the idea behind it. Everything about Weird Wizard's health system is weird, but I like it. I would, if it was my way, there's a few ways I could probably tweak it to better fit the way I want. Yeah, you lose 1d6 health and things like that. Yeah, 1d6 damage versus health. Yeah, again, poisoning someone's useful. Yeah. Yeah, getting poisoned sucks because you're taking, health damage. You're fucked up. Yeah, venerable, weakened, buried. Yeah. Yeah, getting buried is an option. Like, yeah, you're on the ground, being deprived, getting dismembered. You can remove the shit from a German, but you can never remove the German from the shit. Yeah, it's... Yeah, technically there is an infection system. The thing here, and I will make this as a point, I think every GM is going to approach this differently. Some GMs are going to say, no, worry about, no infections or anything like that. No, we're not worrying about that. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to think about it. It's not a thing that exists. If you want to put that in, it does add a lot. It adds flavor. It adds a lot of flavor. And that's kind of the thing. Resting, time, reach. Resting is actually pretty fast. 6. You regain some health to 1/10 of your normal health. Health recovers fucking slow, by the way. Again, 1/10 of health is like, it would be 1.6. It'd be about 2. I would restore about 2 health per 6 hours of rest. Yeah, no, fuck you. Health damage sucks. Also, you might look at this. Is that AI? It might be. I don't know. I didn't see anything about that. I wasn't looking too hard, though. It's a week for a full heal. Yeah, combat is dangerous. Again, that's one thing I do like. Combat feels dangerous. But there's ways to... When you heal, you're healing damage. You're not necessarily healing health. And it's very easy to it's easy to remove damage. It's hard to get health back. So you want to focus on removing and mitigating damage. Then you do want to actually like, oh, I want to get my health back. Like, no, don't do that. Health is valuable. Hidden various knowledge check. I do like the fact like, oh yes, okay, basic ideas. As you can do all of these things. This is not difficult. Also, yes, is this a poser model? Most likely. Does it look completely out of place? Yes. It's also one of those things where it's like, yeah, here's a lot of ways to give flavor to the world. Yeah, there's archaic, there's common, must be kingdom, Sylvan. Here's the secret language of the arcane. Here's the divine speech, Panatome. Yeah, and I'm like 80% sure this is AI. I'm curious. We'll play a game. Shadow of the Weird Wizard AI art. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about first time Photoshop vibes. Looks like apparently AI was used for background countryside and yeah, it was background countryside. Yeah, the art is yeah, there's a couple weird ones. Apparently some of the how do I want to word it? It's very awkward in some points, and it's like, is it AI? Maybe. I kind of like that. It's like having injuries without the death spiral. Yeah. A lot of weird, like, oh, hey, can you do lip reading? Can you do Panatome? Kind of. There's ways to do it, and social challenges do exist. Don't really go too in depth with them. They talk about them but don't deal with them, if that makes sense. There's a lot more you could work with, but they don't choose to. So, combat. This is what you want. This is how you're going to get it. Combat is pretty simple. Overall, again, a lot of ways of moving around, how to move things. It's still a hex system. Not a hex system. It's still a square. We're still dealing square grids. Don't think we're not looking at that. But it's square grids, and you're moving, learning how to move. You're learning how to do things. Where is the... So, in combat, attack, cast spell, defend. How many actions do you get? 1. What do you mean? Yeah, you get 1 action. Do your 1 action and be okay with it. It's alright. Yeah, end of magical effects. Run, overcome, hinder, things like that. There's a lot of little things that you can do. Yeah, it's like, oh, do something else, use talent or trait, catch, cover ally, dodging. Yeah, a lot of the reactions are when someone is doing an action against you, you can use a reaction, like dodging, making a free attack on someone, take the initiative. Ugh. She's a little bit weird. Let me see if I can find the exact ruling on it. It's where was it? So yeah, but each sage control take their turns first, acting in any order the sage chooses. Yeah, all enemies go first, then you go. This is not as how do I want to not as detailed as the original version. I like the Shadow of the Demon Lord's first version, where you can choose to go with a rapid or it's rapid or paced round, I believe. Not paced. No, I can't remember what it was. A fast or slow round, effectively. If you go fast, you get to act first, but you get 1 action. If you go paced, you go after the enemies, but you get 2 actions. I like that a little bit more. This is you can think of this is a lot more of a simplified variant. Again, I don't hate it. I think it's just, you could do more with it. You can do a lot more. And that's why taking the initiative is kind of useful, where it's like, okay, now we're choosing now to go because fuck you. So we want to attack. Roll, choose target, make a check, apply result. Not really that hard. Like, that's like one of the things that I do. Again, I do like. It's not complex to actually do things, but you can use bonus damage. I like bonus damage for this reason. So, if you have bonus damage die, you get an extra d6. Whenever I make an attack roll with a natural weapon or anything, I can roll some or all of my bonus die to do extra damage. I'm a level 3 fighter. Normally, my sword does 1d6 damage. Damage to my sword. My sword does 2d6 damage. Normally, my sword does 2d6 damage. Cool. I rolled 12 because I'm fucking cracked. I could add my extra d6 bonus damage to that and roll another 6, do 18 fucking damage. Thank you very much. Or I could use it to do multiple attacks. If I have 5 bonus die, I can do 2 extra multi-attacks. Alright, oh, cool. Alright, bonus damage, use attacks on the person, 2 damage die, I want to do that, I want to do this. I like the idea of bonus damage die. This is something really simple, and also letting you use multiple attacks. I think it's neat. I think it's cool. Because you can also do attack options. And these also give you things, but you expend the bonus damage. So, I get my bonus damage away. Oh, I can do a disrupting attack. I can do a driving attack, a fainting attack, lunging attack, a pressing attack. There's a lot of stuff you can do with that. I think it's neat. Disappear here. Dragging, casting spells, like you gotta cast spells, you do it. Most of the time, you have to make the attribute roll to produce the effect. So you roll to hit, effectively. Or they might then make a luck check or something else to stop that. But yeah, chase is pretty simple stuff. Nothing. Yeah, again, the gay porn AI cover art. Something about it is. So items. There is stuff. You have carrying stuff. You have armored. Cool. I like this. This is fun. It's simple too. And that's the thing, I think that's one of the most important things is that it's simple. It's to the point. Like, I've got Brigandine armor on right now, so I have 13 defense, or if I have 13 defense naturally, I have a +1 to it. Cool. That gives me a little bit more defense. If I want to go to plate and mail, it's just 16. No matter what my ability is, it's going to be 16. Or, oh, cool, I have full plate, 25 gold pieces, a lot of fucking money, and that's 18 fucking defense. But luckily, I have my shield. My shield. Yep, shields, body shield, some kind of tower shield. Yeah, weapons and things like that. Those weapons are pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exotic here. One of those things where it's like, I wish there was more things you could add here, but what's here works fine. I think it's okay with a lot of the weapons doing very similar damage. I'm okay with it for the idea that you do have the bonus damage. So fighters and people like that are going to be able to capitalize more off of exotic weapons because you're looking at traits now. Like as a longsword, I have slashing. With a longsword, it's slashing, it's slow, and it's versatile. But with a sword itself, it's just slashing, so I get some bonuses there. And if I go up here to slashing, anytime I get a critical success, 5 over, I deal an extra d6 damage. Cool. All right. I don't have to worry about my damage as much. I'm worrying about that. But I'm looking at my great sword, very expensive, 4d6, large, slashing, it's slow. Got a couple other not a lot of ranged options. No, there's a fucking musket though. I will say that a fucking musket does show up, but no no little. There's some things you could probably add there. What do they do? Man, it feels like you can. Yeah, pretty useful stuff. I have no fear. When in doubt, pull out a fucking gun and just pop someone. What are they gonna fucking do about it? Combat wheelchair. It is what it is. I will say, the thing is this, they do have an explanation for it in setting. There's a diegetic reason for it that might be cool because of clockwork stuff. But even then, it's just like, yeah, here's crutches. Cool. Here's the crutches option. Do you want to have false eyes or a walking stick? A wheeled chair. Really use. You think it's cool. Seated wheelchair has speed of 1 plus its strength mod. Yeah, and one thing is like, hey, if you want a fucking wheeled chair, it's 5 SP. It's a little bit of money. Doesn't do anything fancy. This is fancy because it's a clockwork thing. That's the funny thing. It's fancy because it's clockwork, rather than it's fancy because it's a magic wheelchair because we want to make sure there, and it's fucking funny too. No, riot. Yeah, it's time to riot. Yeah, a lot of these are pretty simple stuff. Nothing too exotic, nothing too wacky, really. I think that's like that's a thing about this game I will say is like there's not a lot of like wackiness to go on. There's nothing like oh wow, look at this. This is insane. This is not, and it's like no, it's reliable. It's good. Yeah, if you want the here's the bottomless bag. Here's your the Carnage axe. Cool. Magic items are cool if you want one. Here's the funniest image in the entire fucking book. This is fucked up on multiple levels, and it's really quite impressive that this was printed in an actual real book. Like someone sat down and said, "This is real." No, this is real. This was printed in the real book. His manga to you. Yes, it is. And that the first time I saw it, I thought I was losing my mind. I thought I was truly losing my fucking wizard gizzard. Apparently is yeah, apparently it's a universal thing. Everyone's like, yeah, the art's just kind of bad. Like yeah, and one apparently they changed it. We have an older version here. We have 1.3 and 1.4 they changed it. But I don't think a lot of the I think it's probably just updating there. It's yeah, a lot of the artwork here, apparently they changed a lot of it, but yeah, it's a rotated PNG. Where, yeah, and then above the sky box, like yeah, the artwork is very janky in 1.3. But again, it's janky. Don't get me wrong. It's a little janky, but ew. So yeah, a lot of the when it comes to how do I want to once you take up a tradition, yeah, once you take a tradition up, you end up getting some of the talents inside of it. You can start taking them, which are all incredibly useful, which are nice. I like that. But like, okay, you want to use the cacophony. You get one casting of it, one size face, instantaneous thunder booms. Everyone takes a fuck ton of damage. Cool, forked lightning. Cool, you get that. A lot of these are pretty easy when it comes to like novice, and then you go to expert, then you get the master aeromancy. Kind of goes for alchemical stuff as well. Not a lot of spells, but a lot of those but each spell feels like they do something, if that makes sense. Every spell has a reason to exist. And because every spell has a reason to exist, it feels decent. Also, here's wild magic. Fuck you, chaos magic. Don't use chaos magic, kids. Chronomancy makes a stance yet again. Conjuration spell. Yeah, we can go through fucking spells all fucking hour. We can go through spells for another fucking 3 hours if we really want, but destruction spells, divination, a lot of spells, a lot of things to do, a lot of abilities to work with. And I like that. I am okay with everything here. Okay, we're almost there. We're almost there, everyone. Okay, well, maybe not. We're gonna make it there. Don't worry. Just so it's all right. We're getting there. Okay, in a minute. Okay, we've reached. No, that's not it. Right. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, there's a little bit more, but we're almost there. We're almost at the end. All right. So, yeah, welcome to 8 million spells. That was where the glowing circles do the gem pose, of course. So, welcome to expert paths. Congratulations, you're level 4. You can now become better at what you do. So, paths of battle, paths of You may choose any expert path. So, it does not matter what you choose. I start as a fighter, I can go into anything I wish, just as much as if I'm a rogue, or if I'm a wizard, or a priest. Do you want to play a priest who goes into being a commander? Go for it. I cannot stop you. It's pretty cool. Oh, I'm a ranger. I get all of these abilities. Ah, cool. I'm a veteran. I get all of these abilities. Hakram here went, if I was playing Hakram in this game, most likely I would go with something like a knight errant. Probably something pretty simple, pretty to the point. But there's a couple options that you could end up playing as. Kind of depends on what you want to play, but there's a lot of options here, and they all feel like you're getting something, which I think is important in a game like this. Is every level you get something, and even if it doesn't seem like immediately useful now, cool. I can be a swashbuckler and get all the evasive maneuver abilities on a fighter character. Oh, cool. That's neat. That gives a lot of character to a. That gives a lot of character to a player without directly saying it. A lot of authority. It goes from a few classes to many classes. Yeah, it's like, oh, you're a friar Tuck, you're an inquisitor. If you fucking hate I fucking hate that. Oh, you want to be a paladin? You want to be the light bringer? Who are you? I'm the light bringer. Call me Linkara. Yeah, there's a lot of options here. This is cool. I like it. It's neat. Want to become a druid? You can become a druid. I think like one of the big things too is like you're not. If you want to be a rogue and then become a druid, you can. It's a little weird, but nothing's stopping you. There are some more clear paths, if that makes sense. If you are a, you're oh, I'm a little sorcerer, and then I can become a wizard. Cool, that's fine. That's a very normal, path to go. On the other hand, I'm playing a fighter and I wish to become a physician. Yeah, go for it. I want to become a warlock. Cool, you can. Nothing is stopping you from doing that. I like it. A lot of these are pretty, again, a lot of these are pretty to the point, pretty easy to understand. nothing's too out there. And when they are a little out there, they usually come with a noticeable, you understand what you're getting into. Lightbringer. Compared to Shadow of the Demon Lord. I would say that, Demon Lord. I think the big thing with Demon Lord is Demon Lord's got a lot more character. Demon Lord has a lot more character to it, and it knows what it is. A lot more than I think Weird Wizard does. And that's not a bash saying, oh, Weird Wizard's bad. It's just saying that Shadow of the Demon Lord's got a lot more shit going on with it. And maybe in 4 or 5 years, Weird Wizard's going to be on the same caliber. But the problem is, Demon Lord has so much shit at this point. Probably there's some rules in Weird Wizard that if you... In theory, I think so. There are some differences. There are some differences, and there are some changes, some combat changes, like the initiative system for one. But most things should be, and if it isn't, you can probably just merge things together. You can probably do a little tweak. There's probably a conversion guide somewhere. Let's just say that. There's most likely a conversion guide somewhere. But yeah, also, you hit level 7, welcome to the Master Paths. We go even harder. You want to become a Battle Master? Go for it. You want to become a fucking Cavalier? Go for it. Do you want to say, fuck it, and learn the Dragon Fist? More stuff, more options, more toys. And you can kind of have a... The thing is that you can, in theory, go in a lot of different directions with your character. And I always like that aspect of it. I like the idea of keeping your character the way that you want to do it. It's your character, it's no one else's. And that's always been my important thing when it comes to these games. That you are not making what... You're not making what the game wants you to make, you're making what you want to make, and the game's letting you do that. Yeah, there's some fucked up ones. Yeah, but by the time you hit this level, you're let's just say you're kind of a little bit fucky wucky. You're a little bit fucking weird. That's the point. You get a lot of weird magic and a lot of weird abilities. That's cool. Like that's the thing. It's like, yeah, that's cool. You get all of these options here. Cool, Bearer of the Black Blade, the Accursed Black Blade, or the Wreck Shell, the Oblivionist. There's a couple like generic ones, but it's just like, yeah, cool. You want to be a fucking you want to be a psychic warrior? Go for it. We're not going to stop you. Or you want to be the Dark Slayer? You want to just be in a fucking mech? Alright, fuck it. You can. Nothing's stopping you. But yeah, it's... I think Shadow of the problem with the Shadow of the Weird Wizard, really when it boils down to, is Shadow of the Weird Wizard is very much a second edition with a bunch of things that feels like it should have. Give it 5 years, it's going to be probably one of the best games out there. Secrets of the Weird Wizard does add a shit ton more things. And again, they're already kind of putting out all those expansions and expansion tools out. I know rushed over it, but I think one of the biggest issues with Weird Wizard, I would say... I think the biggest problem with Shadow of the Weird Wizard does really boil down to one key thing. Shadow of the Weird Wizard is a very good game. It's not fantastic. It's not like, holy shit, melt my cock off. It's not the worst thing ever created by man. It is good. Solid 8 out of 10. Maybe like a 7.5 if that's not your jam. Good. Yeah. But there's a lot of good games. There's a lot of good games out there. Is it a D&D killer? No, I think it's good. It has a dedicated fan base. And I think people are going to really like this game, are going to like it still. And I think it's going to have a good niche. How do I want to word this? you play D&D 5th edition and then you go to play Shadow of the Weird Wizard if that's something that tickles your tism. If it doesn't tickle your tism, you're probably never going to hear about it. It's not going to be your first game. I would say that. If it is your first game, it is someone else's not their first game. And I think that kind of comes with it. I know some of the complaints I was reading of was like, oh, it's really boring. Like, it's a very boring game. Like, just the way it's laid out and the way it's done. It's very mechanical in some aspects. Not mechanical as in like, oh, the die system is this. But very mechanical and just very to the point, kind of dry in some places. I think that's just how the guy writes, so I'm not going to like, oh, this is a major issue. That's not the point. Which is the closest to being a D&D killer? None of them. None of them. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the unfortunate reality of this. But we do have our final game. I wanted to leave this one for last because this is the deviant. This is the deviant child of our assortment. Our deviant son. Welcome to Draw Steel. The worst named game ever created by fucking man. Yeah, we're going to talk about naming one day, and that naming is going to be Don't Call It Draw Fucking Steel. I don't know what I don't know what Fat Colville was thinking. Matt Sudanese timeshare Colville. Which I should open up with. So, who made this game? You probably already know. I don't think it's like a secret. Say the line, Notepad. Draw Steel. So, the guy behind this is Matt Colville. That is the worst picture of him as possible. So, Matt Colville is an interesting dude. He's a writer. He's a game dev guy. He's done a lot of things. He has a Wikipedia article. No one else has a Wikipedia article. So yeah, he let's see. He wrote Mercenaries 1 and 2. Wrote for Evolve. Multiple supplements for D&D. The Coda system for Star Trek is very important for all these things, as well as the Critical Role comics lines. And yeah. The thing is, his main, you could argue that his main thing is right here. The Welcome to MCDM. Otherwise known as Matt Colville Dungeon Master, where Matt Colville talks about being a dungeon master, playing as he is in fact Matt Colville. And I don't like Matt Colville's videos. I'm not being mean about it. I'm being very real. I don't like Matt Colville's videos because it sounds like every single time he is speaking, he is trying to sell me a timeshare in Sudan. This is entirely on me. I don't know why. I think it's just the tone, I guess, would be the right way of wording it. The beat, the cadence. It sounds like he's trying to sell me a timeshare. And 6 years ago. He's been doing this for a while. This is kind of the hello MCDM. Let's see if we can find Matt Colville. Let's see if we can find Matt Colville's channel. Is this Colville? Yeah, here's Colville, everyone. 4 days ago. Raw Steel. Stories for running. How long should an adventure be? Yeah. So a lot of MCDM, I will say this, a lot of MCDM stuff is his time in 5e. I think that's not an unfair assessment. People know him through Strongholds Followers, Kingdoms and Warfare, Flee Mortals. Bunch of things he wrote for D&D through the DM's Guild. 5e class bundle. He does do a lot of work there. I will say that. Again, he does things. you know, things. I've heard mixed things on some of these. Sometimes people really like them. Sometimes people don't like him very much. I think it's very much a what's your the what's your tism? If this is your tism, you're gonna like it. If it's not your tism, you're not going to like it. Yeah, it's wild companions. Oh, cool. How do we make this? It's there. As you see, MCDM Productions has a huge fucking Patreon, though. Here's hello MCDM. Here's everything there. Oh. Oh, let's go to drive-through RPG. Fantasy Grounds. There. A lot of people involved here. Yep, here we go. A lot of people, a lot of things. So what's with Draw Steel? Oh, Draw Steel's not even on here. Oh, I see. Oh, I see. How peculiar. So let's go to Graphtreon. Hello, Graphtreon, my beloved. Let's look at MCDM Productions. This is a business, though. I shouldn't make this a note. There are people on retainer. People make a good amount of money. It's hard to get an idea of how much money he makes, though, as always, because he has lost a lot. Well, there's the big spike, and then about 2,000 lost since about 77,000 paid members. It's kind of hard. Again, it's one of those things where it's hard to get like a good idea of how many people pay and how many people do things. Like, what's the secret? I don't know. But Draw Steel, or as it was called for a very long time, it was the let me see, MCDM RPG. Yes, I'm not kidding you. He called it the MCDM RPG, otherwise known as the Matt Colville Dungeon Master RPG. Or if you want to do it the full name, the Matt Colville Dungeon Master role-playing game. What it was Raw Steel. He went through Backer Kit. This was one of the first big Backer Kit successes, because it raised 4.6 million fucking dollars. Understand that this thing raised 4.6 million fucking dollars. This is a lot of fucking money. And it took a while to come out. I'm not going to lie about that. You kind of see project ended January 5th, 2024. It's been almost been 2 years since it ended, and it recently came out. Took about a year and a half to come out. A lot of streams, a lot of updates. This is probably one of the best documented role-playing game creations out there. Probably one of the best, if not the best. Now, this is going down for multiple reasons of why this is debatable and kind of strange, because you also saw some of the more bizarre things going on. A lot of this is secondhand from Noon. A lot of this is secondhand from Noonie. So, bear that in mind. Apparently, people would give suggestions on the stream, and if they gave a suggestion, they were no longer able to actually use it. Because if they used it, that person could potentially sue them. So there was a lot of that, a lot of business stuff going on, a lot of people behind the scenes, a lot of trying to keep things kind of closed door, but also very tight-lipped in some respects. Like, oh, it's very business focused. Let's just say that MCDM RPG Draw Steel was not a beloved passion project by those who care. It was a business venture by people who damn well knew what they were doing. Matt Colville is not a... How do I want to word this? This is not an indie company. If we were to use video game terminology, MCDM is effectively a AA studio. These are not indies. These are not dirt farmers like the rest of us. You must remember that, very importantly. And I think that's something that kind of changes the nature of some of these. This is not something that is this is not a company that is 5 guys in a basement working a day job. No, they made $4.6 billion. $4.6 billion. $4.6 million to fund a tabletop role-playing game in which they were concerned that the community giving them ideas might lead to them getting sued. So, yeah, not exactly, that way. But again, professional. Double A is still double A, unless you got those A's in there. You're not fucking Wizards of the goddamn Coast. This isn't a multi-billion-dollar affair, exactly. We're still looking at TRPGs, for God's sakes. But a lot of the game was actually funded via this. This is what the development, art, and all of that was funded via the Kickstarter. This was not a small, I'm going to call it a Kickstarter, but backer kit. Fuck you. A lot of it was funded via the backer kit. It wasn't funded just for art. It wasn't funded just for that. On the other hand, well, the other thing that you should know about, and that is very important for Draw Steel, is that Draw Steel is 4th edition. It is Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, the role-playing game. 2, it is probably one of the best fantasy-themed board games I've seen in a while. And if that sounds slightly insulting, yes, that's the point. Who's our dramatic persona? Of course, we know Matt Colville. Of course, we know Glorious Fat Colville and his desire to sell me a Sudanese timeshare. And we know he's behind some of these things. Now, who else? Who is the other main people? Well, probably the most important person behind a lot of this game is James Introcaso. As you see here, this is don't think about that too far. This is James. Hello, James. Everyone say hello. So, James Introcaso, outside looking like a spooky skeleton who wants to steal your bones, is a game designer, otherwise known as he's really good friends with people. Why do I say he's very good friends with people? Well, because here's his LinkedIn. Yes, here's his LinkedIn profile. It's not really that experience. Yeah, I'm going there. National Geographic Channel as a senior writer and producer, and a writer-producer for 2 years. Run it back NBA on Cartoon Network, and Adult Swim experience. Yeah. So, what does this mean? The man's not exactly small. Yeah, it's just like layout produced tabletop game rules and product. I was like, okay, what's his work in the RPG industry? I genuinely do not know. Now you may be wondering, all right, TTRPG, I want to learn more about it, and it's about Draw Steel mostly. Like, oh, cool, to 5e products, and it kind of dawned on me. Oh, oh yeah. He just worked on D&D stuff. I see. Yeah. So, oh yeah. So, co-author of Critical Role's Explored Guide to Wildermont, Dragon Heist, Dungeons of the Mad Mage, Ghost of Saltmarsh, Sentient Avernus, Eberron, Mythic Oddities of Theros. Designed for Roll20. You might be thinking Roll20, he is behind Burn Bright. Does anyone remember Burn Bright? Yes, of course you remember Burn Bright. No, you fucking don't. He was one of the main people behind designing this game. Do you remember this one? Anyone remember Burn Bright? Do we got any bites? No, nobody does. Well, he worked on that. Kobold Press, other awesome publishers. Yeah, marketing creative, yeah, Emmy nominations. This is effectively like a guy. He's fairly important, I guess you would word that. But I was like, all right, what else have you made? I don't know. Had time for 11 for a network of 11 podcasts. $1 million for creative projects. Ah, the Immortals. Ah, yes, of course. I see. I'm not going to say he is not qualified. I'm saying this guy ain't exactly a fucking indie dev. Let's just say that. Guy knows what he's been in the industry. He fucking knows it. This is a guy who's managed a lot of fucking money. And he's also there on Critical Role, which does mean to me that he has sucked Matt Mercer's cock at least once. And I say that as nice as possible. I bet you Matt Mercer's cock is very nice. I don't know though. Don't clip that. Does does Roll20? No, Roll20 doesn't fucking remember the burn, right? Clip it. Mercer's cock is very nice. God damn it, me. Yeah, it's Rise of the Indie RPGs. I think what this is a unique thing about the concept of like what is an indie TTRPG. It's kind of the same idea, but I guess like what is an indie game? Because is Dave the Diver is an indie game, right? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Is Dave the Diver an indie game? And that was a very contentious question. You want to know why? Because it's funded by fucking Nexon. Nexon put a shit ton of money into Dave the Diver. Okay, so maybe it's not that. Can you say a studio with can you say a full fucking functional studio with millions of dollars in funding and from outside funding? Can you call them indie? Can you call people with industry ties and a lot of those, pulls and backs and forths? Can you call those indies? I don't know. Can you call Draw Steel an indie game? I don't know. Because that's a very theoretical question. Can you refer to Daggerheart as a indie product? Can you? If we call that indie, what the fuck does that make us? Are we bottom feeders? Are we, like what like the term is so broad that it covers people working from a fucking basement 1 hour a week because they literally cannot afford anything else. And art is being scrunged together by a fucking magic internet machine or whatever because they literally cannot afford anything else. On the other hand, you are working with these guys with $4.6 million in the bank and make 77 a month. 77K a month? Fuck, man. I would like 77K a month. You know what, guys? I'd be okay making 20 grand a month, right? I'd be okay with that. I could put people on retainer. I'd be happy with 20 grand a month. I'd be okay with 5 grand a month. I think I could work with 5 grand a month, right? I mean, that's a pretty good amount. I would be content with that. Fuck, man, I'd do okay with 500 a month. Like it's... But we're not working at that scale anymore. Is Critical Role an indie studio? Is Darrington Press an indie studio? And I think people like James Introcaso, like fucking Matthew Colville, and you get people like Willie Abiel, for example. He's also one of the people on there. Willie Abiel, who the fuck is this guy? He's a UX designer. And all right, we got some people here. I'm like, okay, what's this guy? Oh, he is, what's your live project? Oh yeah, the guy who worked for all of these things. And what's his resume? Let's look at his resume, everyone. Ah, yes, the guy who worked at Marvel Comics as a digital media intern, Steven's Game. Yeah, we've got World Entertainment Studios. I see. Tabletop game design. We've got Niantic Labs UX designer. I see. Design leads. Okay. Maybe a little bit Okay, what TRPG stuff have you done? See, that's always my thing. I have to ask myself, what TRPG stuff have you done? And it's usually I made D&D stuff. Or Robert did fuck, dude. Robert Georgevich? Georgevich? Ugh. This guy. Who the fuck is this guy? He worked at fucking Blizzard. Yeah, Jordy. Warcraft 2, Diablo, StarCraft, Uncharted, Guild Wars 2. And he moved to TRPGs in 2020 to TTRPGs in 2020 fucking 4 in May. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm one of the senior lead developers there. It's a video game guy. And you're looking at also a lot of this. Look at many fucking designers, all these fiction, all these editors. Like, fuck man, can we afford this? Hey man, let's pony up our. Yeah, like okay, maybe if we pony up all our life savings, we may be able to afford like a fourth of a fucking, maybe 2 people for a month. Like, it's Valiant appearing to be any. Yeah, I think and it sucks because it's like, okay, what are we working with here? Are we missing? Am I missing something? Are we looking at something in the wrong angle? And that's always hard, and that's something that is not simple. It's not something that you can just click your hands and say, well, everything's fine. But there's a lot of people involved in this game. Raw Steel is not small. It's not a little itty bitty, never ever seen before. This is Matt Colville's wild ride, where he's pulling in all his buddies to do a great game, and it's remake 4th edition. I think that's the secret. It's remake 4th edition. But I think we know the basics. I think we know the ideas here. I think we know how to approach things. I think it's time, everyone. We draw steel. Yeah, I said the line, everyone. Laugh. Fucking laugh, monkeys. But I should bring out the draw steel character sheet. Probably the busiest character sheet out of all of them. Mostly because yeah, we got a few of these. Yeah, we got some things. It's gonna get weird though. So also playtesters. All right, so yeah. Hello, James. All right, table of contents. What is a game? So I'm going to give you a rough introduction. They give you 3 principes of what it is. Like, oh man, they're not about dungeons. It focuses on gameplay and do it really well, like Shadow Dark, like Forbidden Lands. Horror themes, it's like Call of Cthulhu or Paranoia. Maybe if you want to less focus on tactical combat, check out Daggerheart. I'm getting on my knees. Hi, Matt Mercer. I'm Matt Colville. Fucking goddamn, it's all everyone fucking talking cock. It's just Shadow Dark. Did you mention the Gmod exploit? Yeah, we'll get there. Shadow Dark? Yeah, Shadow Dark. So tactical. What is MCD? What is the fucking draw steel? It is a tactical game. First thing you really learn. It's heroic, cinematic, and fantasy. Also, I want you to remember, just, it's got dragons and stuff. It's written like a Marvel movie, and I fucking hate the writing in this game sometimes. It's fine. 90% of the time it's fine, but every now and again it does shit like this, and I get annoyed. I get really mad at it, and I don't like it. So, not a great first impression there, Matty. Yeah, it's yeah, he's a lot of draw steel is Matt talking to you. It's not really the game talking to you, it's Matt. Some people get annoyed at that. I do. because I don't do that. I don't like doing that, but it's Matt is talking to you about Draw Steel in the Draw Steel book. You must always remember Matt Colville holding the Sudanese timeshare, contract wants you to buy into this. If you're coming from D20 Fantasy, just say Dragon Game. Just say that. A lot of skills. Oh, look at the glossary. Look at all these different little terms. We're gonna speed through here because it's not that important, to be honest. So, I think we found the rotting lords of hell. Director, Draw Steel. So, one thing about this as well that I find very fascinating is the GM is referred to as a director. I think that's it sets a certain tone. The GM is not a game master, he is not the dungeon master, he is the director. Just get that in your head. Understand that, because it's going to get weird. So, we got our 4 abilities: might, agility, reason, intuition, and presence. Here, well, 5 abilities, I should say: might, agility, reason, intuition, and presence. Most of these seem pretty normal. Con and strength kind of get merged together in might. The rest are pretty normal. Pretty standard for what you would think they are. So, most of the time, we're not going to be rolling a d20. This is the only game of these that do not use a d20. We instead use 2d10. Yes, everything we do is going to be 2d10 rolls, mostly in the idea of a power roll or an ability roll. So, if we are making a power roll, we will go down here. For example, we will use concussive strike. This is a nice and simple. So, I'm going to be making a power roll. Bum, 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 bum. Cool. I rolled a 4 and a 2. I add my strength of 3. 3? That's 2. 2, so I rolled an 8. Oh man, it's under 11. I do the tier 1. I do 3 plus 2 damage. I do 5 damage. Oh no. That's what I do. Now, in Draw Steel, you cannot miss. Every single time you say, I am declaring an action to do something, you are declaring, I am making if it's 11 or lower, tier 1. 12 to 16, tier 2. 17 is a tier 3. You might be forced to downgrade. You might be forced to upgrade. Okay, let's... Do I like this? It's a weird system. I will hopefully explain to you why it's a weird system as we go through this. So, edges and banes. So, if you have an edge, you get a +2. If you have a double edge, you don't get anything, you just increase it by 1. So, just to clarify, I have an edge that's +2 to power roll. If I have double edge, it's just promote power. But you don't add the +2. Same thing with Bane. Bane, -2 to power roll. Double Bane, demote. Weirdly enough, this does lead to a situation where the most average outcome in 90% of situations is going to be tier 2. Like, if you're really looking at like just pure averages, it's going to be tier 2. Because if you have a bonus, you're going to probably get the tier 2. If you have a penalty, you're probably going to get the tier 2. Tier 2 is probably going to be the most common roll in just about everything. Wow, Notepad, that seems kind of lame. I'm like, yeah, don't worry. It's normal, right? It's perfectly fine, and there's nothing wrong with it. Nothing strange going on here. So, we do have, a lot of this. We capped edges and banes maximum of 2 each for several reasons. Narrative penalties. Because you can't miss. And a -4 would mean you get demoted 99% of the time. That's the secret. 2 is you automatically get demoted, or a +4 means you automatically get promoted 99% of the time. So there's no reason for it. So make sure you have your hero tokens available. Okay, so I want the world to keep a running tab on something. So what we're going to do is number. Actually, we'll add text. Number of tokens. So let me find. We'll use. We want to do that. Let's do. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. So our number of tokens up here that we need to manage. So our current number of tokens is 1. 1 token to manage. Now, what do I mean by tokens? Not necessarily tokens. It's the little currencies. Hero tokens is 1. So we have got our hero tokens, poker chips, other markers. Anytime you earn hero tokens, you do it by being heroic. How do you spend them? Spend them to get 2 surges. Okay, well, what's a surge? Well, we're going to learn that that's a token. When you fail a saving throw, letting you succeed the throw instead. Failing just means comparing. Reroll a test. Spend 2 hero tokens to take damage, to regain stamina equal to your recovery value before taking the damage. Yes. Yeah, hero tokens are... This seems really vestigial. Probably the thing with hero tokens that kind of throw me off the most is that they seem very vestigial. Like, they're there because they were there at, like, draft 2, so we have to keep them. Always round down, untended objects, supernatural objects. Building a heroic narrative. Alright, so, first things first, we have victories. Every time you win an encounter, you get victories. Victories must keep track of. If you fail to keep track of your victories, bad things happen. So, I win an encounter, 1 victory. I win another encounter, another victory. And you get bonuses. One of the main things about Draw Steel is that you want to keep pushing. Always keep pushing forward. Experience. So, the big thing is, congratulations, you've acquired 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 victories, and now you rest. You get 6 XP. Convert them all into XP. This might seem good, it's kind of wonky. So, we have our heroic resource. So, Hakram has focus. Every single class has a different heroic resource. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to only put 3, but understand that every class has a separate focus pool, has a separate one to worry about. Okay, recovery. Number of times you can take a breather and keep fighting. You spend to recover a healing surge and lets you regain stamina, equal to your recovery value. Alright, so let's add in another token real fast because we got to manage our recoveries. Hakram starts with 12 recoveries, while normally you start with 10. Now, you start with a lower number of recoveries. Hakram is a human and he has a bunch of abilities, so he has 12 recoveries. So that's 12 little tokens that we are now currently worrying about, and that may go up and they may go down. Okay, easy enough to understand. Spending recoveries, and then we have a respite. The thing is, once we have a period of time of recovery, we are allowed to have a respite. What do? We do things. We recover everything and we're good. Now, respites are 24 fucking hours. You can technically do over certain things, but it's very much it's there or not. And we got our also let's all say welcome back 4th edition Tears of Play, everyone. Welcome back 4th edition. We hardly missed you. So, first level characters are already known as heroes. Cool. And then we have his setting. Do I know his setting? No. Do I care about his setting? No. So let's go and make a hero. So we got a little bit to worry about. They're going to kind of talk about this. Make sure you note this down. This is your free strikes. You are not going to be using your free strikes very often. And if you are using them, something has gone wrong. What does a free strike mean? In melee, I roll my thing, I rolled a 4 plus my 2, I rolled under 11, I do 2 plus I do 4 damage to you. That's it. They are very basic attacks. You can think about these as MMO auto attacks.